Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're doing commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican for his servants Latino. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
That's literally not true.
Alex stole it as well.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict, and help if my cameras were working properly, but they're not. Let's see. Let's try this again. Manually switch everything here. Just 1 second. So box 1 is going to be camera. Okay, camera 1.
Are we going
there we
to
go.
Subject
That
matter
works.
jurisdiction?
I don't know why it won't connect.
I'm not a cat.
Am I on the wrong network? Oh, I am.
Is that correct?
Figured it out. I need to join the FBI network instead of the guest house network. So now now we're cooking with fire. Now look at this. Yeah. Look, off, on. Nope, still doesn't work. Man, what is this one on? That's on the same one. Well, all right. Well, good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict. Thanks for all being here to watch me not be able to use my equipment the way it should work. Disconnect.
Scratch all
reconnect.
that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
It's terrible. It is terrible. There we go. Greeners. I'm going to need your help this morning. The internet's not working very much, and you were first in chat. Your first comment was T, but then you followed it closely with a howdy, which if you put together means thoudy. But either way, you won the internet. Congratulations, my friend. I appreciate you being here first because I need your help. If you can make all this just start working, that would be excellent.
Send someone with more experience.
I don't know why it's not working. Let's see. Launch the GUI.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
Let's see. Red pen. Daybell 27. New thumbnail again today. No floaty heart, please. Okay. I'll see your order and match it. Day 27. Okay. We need someone with more experience. How's everybody doing this morning? Happy Tuesday. Felt a little bit like a Monday this morning. I do internet, not equipment. This connects over the internet. Does that count?
I object.
Okay, let's scan USB devices again.
Is that correct?
Why would it not work, Greeners? Everything's telling me. Did he turn it off and on again? Not yet. That's the next step. But we can do that once trial starts because I don't actually need this computer to do anything.
Alex stole it as well.
All right, welcome. How was your Monday? Mindy says I'm ready for Friday. Bring on the weekend. Good morning. It's good to have you all here this morning. We are excited because we've got the cross Colin Albert. Cross of Colin Albert to start off this morning, which is, how you can't get a much better day than that. Did you try blowing in the slots and smacking it on the side? That's the Nintendo fix, Greeners, but keep digging in the manuals. See if there's another one. This one's USB. See, look. Oh. I can try unplugging it and plugging it back in again. Does that work? It's loading. See if it works. Let's rescan USB devices. Do you find it? I think I found a problem. There it is. Okay. Upstream gear. Not working. Now we'll check, see if I can switch it over here. So the problem's over here. I nailed it down. I narrowed it down for you. All right, let's see. Bring on Colin. I've so wanted to peep ahead, but not with the MyRA family. Stephanie, we're going to bring him on just a minute. We have to just celebrate the birthdays this morning, and then we're going to move ahead. Percussive maintenance. I like that. I like that. Just a good whop, or the threat of one might fix it. You're only 2 days behind since next week. We have court only 1 day. Does that mean you will catch up by next week? No, we're gonna get closer, but we're not gonna be all the way caught up.
Is that correct?
When you point at your device, you have 4 fingers pointed back at you. Says Greeners. Are you saying this is operator error? Is that what I'm hearing? Reach out to Brandy. She got amazing news yesterday. I saw that. Artie, oh my goodness. I reached out to her a little bit over. Well, I sent her a reply over Twitter when she shared that. I'm so excited for her. She's got lots of congratulations and heartfelt cheers for her on that front. That is awesome to hear. Her health is doing well currently, so that is great news. All right. I don't know what else. Oh, it's just birthdays. It's just birthdays. Are we ready to celebrate birthdays, Sharon? Is there anybody who was on there? I know Mr. T, his birthday's today, and the Notorious B.I.G. Is also today. I don't think I'm going to sing to either of them. But just so you know, if it's your birthday today, you share a birthday with those two famous individuals. All right. It's the ID10T problem. Here we go. Kimmy and Alex are both special. They're celebrating their special day with us today. Kimmy and Alex, that is awesome. And congratulations on having a birthday with Mr. T and Notorious B.I.G. We're going to sing to Kimmy and Alex. Yes, I said we. We are going to sing, not I am going to sing. But please join with me. Raise your voices with mine as we celebrate Kimmy and Alex's birthday. And isn't there one more? Was it Jonathan? Isn't there like a Jonathan today as well? We celebrated yesterday, but its real birthday is today. Does anyone remember? Not sure. Okay, so Kimmy and Alex, we're going to sing happy birthday to them. Thank you, Tony. Sorry. Warm-ups, everybody. Deep breaths, shoulders back. Breathe with your diaphragm, project to the back of the room. Warm up with me. La, 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 la. Here we go. We might add a Jonathan and a John. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Kimmy and Alex and Jonathan and maybe John. Happy birthday to you. Jonathan and John, hopefully there's somebody out there named John or Jonathan who's celebrating a birthday today. It is someone's son. Yes, it was. I think it was a Jonathan. And it's today, so happy birthday. Jenny, happy birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, Jenny. As we prepare to start the day, first of all, let's just celebrate this wonderfulness that is your birthday. And I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could be with to celebrate, but you've chosen to be here with us. Thank you very much. Make sure you help yourself to free pancakes at Denny's. On that note, as the dancers finish their kick line, big finish, here we go. And the high kick, here it goes. Impressive. Very, very impressive. Thank you very much. It was Jonathan's birthday today. It was Pickles the cat and dog sons, but Pickles won't be joining us. Oh, that's why we sang yesterday. Well, Jonathan got it again today. So there we go. Greenas, you pulled something. Well, luckily you just have to sit in your chair and fix the internet today. So no stress. All right, let's go ahead and begin court. We are on day 13. Yay, day 13. Tuesdays are always short days in court, so we have a short day, being that this was a Thursday, I think, but it's a little confusing that way. As we get ready to do this, let me first pull up the... There we go. We've got the counter pulled up. Let's cut to that. Let's bring up the overlay if it works, which it doesn't. So I'll have to do it manually. Let's see, DSK2 on there. Boom. There it is. Oh, right. Congratulations on Brandy. Her PET scan came back clear. That is wonderful news. I saw that when she tweeted that yesterday, and it was just can't be happier for her. She's amazing. Chris Wallace gifted a membership to kick everything off. Thanks. That went to Melissa. Melissa Przeslicki. I can't say your name, but Melissa, I can say the first part. Congratulations on the gifted membership. Super nice. Here we go. Buckle up. It's gonna start with a bang, I think.
Thank you. Be seated. Quotas in the session.
It's actually probably going to start with a sidebar.
Versus Karen Reed. Counsel.
All right, counsel wanted to see me at sidebar?
It's going to start with a sidebar.
You don't need to be seen at sidebar, Your Honor, but I do need to be seen about an issue from yesterday.
You'd like to be heard?
Well, yes, I would.
Okay, I'll hear you. What is it about?
Your Honor, we are not only renewing our objection to the alleged harassment evidence that came in yesterday, but we're specifically moving to strike that testimony and specifically asking the court, before we get started today, to instruct the jury that they are to disregard that evidence. And I wanted to point out to the court that it is our view, we didn't even come close to opening the door to that evidence. I had just asked the witness if she had turned over those text messages to the state police when she spoke to them on August 25th of 2023. I've asked every witness when was the first time that they spoke to the state police. That was the first time McCabe spoke to the state police. None of that conversation had anything to do with harassment whatsoever. It was strictly related to the death of John O'Keefe and the investigation of John O'Keefe. I stayed completely clear of any discussion of harassment whatsoever. I only focused on the federal grand jury and the approach by the state police on August 25. I opened no door. I didn't even approach the door. And yet, that evidence came in. It led to a moment where, that Mr. Lally, I believe, has been waiting for, which is for a witness to break down on the stand and feel sorry for themselves to gain sympathy before this jury. It was prejudicial to our client. It's prejudicial to our defense. It is error, and we're asking the court to correct it.
All right, what do you say, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, counsel absolutely opened the door as far as the questioning was concerned. It was not just the characterization of the questioning is just simply inaccurate. As far as the questions that were posed to the witness, it was more geared towards why, implying that the witness only provided this after testifying at the other proceeding or being questioned about it in that environment, and that's the only reason that she had these messages, and why hadn't she turned these messages over earlier? And that is in direct response to the harassment that that witness and her entire family, as well as Mr. Albert, had sustained as a result of actions by several different parties, including counsel. So for those reasons, it was proper. There was nothing, I don't think it was more than 5 minutes of testimony concerning it, and it was because counsel opened the door to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Ms. Giannetti, I remember clearly the lines of inquiry that you initiated, so I disagree with you in the strongest way possible. You've made your record. Your motion's denied.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's bring in the jurors, please.
Sorry, I'm playing with the button that's controlling the feed. I'm like, oh, I wonder what I've recorded yesterday. Oh, wait, when I do that, you can't see what happened today. Jim, do your thing, Jim. Call the case. I will say, I don't remember the exact line of questioning. I seem to remember some forceful questioning as to her not turning over the messages, the screenshot. But that's I've seen doors get knocked on much harder than that and not open in court. Sorry, Greenus, that was my fault. Mrs. R.A. has the burner phone today, by the way, so don't call her. She is driving and don't want her to crash. But I'll set up the phone so we can possibly I can receive messages here on the computer instead. Set up StreamYard. You said it was day 25, right? Red Pen, is it day 25? Is that what you said? Day 27. Got it. I see it.
Court, all rise to the jury.
Ouch.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Pannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court, in and for the County of Norfolk, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. May be seated. Court now in session.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left the other day? Yes or no? Thank you very much. Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, may we have Mr. Albert, please?
Bring on the Colin. Somebody said watch for what he wears today. It was like the same as the day before or something? It might be like me. I have like 5 of the same shirts.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence here, the court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, who did you talk to in order to prepare for your testimony starting yesterday?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Rephrase the question. You didn't understand my question?
No.
Okay. Who did you speak to in order to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
My lawyer.
Other than your lawyer, who did you speak to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
No one.
You didn't speak to your parents?
No.
You didn't speak to your mom, your dad?
Nope.
Those would be parents.
At any time before yesterday about your testimony or your statements?
Nope.
Did you discuss with your parents their testimony?
No.
So after they got off the witness stand,
Got a
your
weird
dad
green
didn't come
bar
home and say,
happening.
here's how my day went?
No.
Your mom didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
Nope.
The Albert family just ignored the fact that both of them testified in a court of law before a jury about the events of January 29th, 2022. Nothing was ever said?
No.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally at any point before yesterday in preparation for your testimony?
Before yesterday?
I've got to fix that.
You said?
Hang on.
Correct.
Yes.
Tell me when.
Want to say a month ago about.
What did you talk about?
Okay.
I got
Hold on.
prepped.
Hold on. I've got to fix this. We're having issues on the feed here. Just one second. The feed is configuring wrong. It's adding a little green bar on the side, and it's driving me nuts. We can't have that. Can't have that. So we're gonna fix it. Okay, we are on day 13.
Mr. Lally at any
Have to unplug it and plug it back in again. Hold tight. Don't go anywhere. We need some music. Okay, I think I fixed it. Okay, fade out the music. We'll give this a try. I'm going to back up just a tiny bit. We need a professional to come in and run the show. I think that's what we need. Okay, there it is. We're going to back up just a tiny bit. Bring Mr. Colin back on the stand. Okay. Nope. It just jumped like 2 hours ahead, like to the end of the day. We can't have that. The anticipation is building. This is...
Mr. Albert, who did you talk to in order to prepare for your testimony starting yesterday?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
That's just crazy. You didn't understand my question?
No.
Okay. Who did you speak to in order to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
My lawyer.
Other than your lawyer, who did you speak to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
No one.
You didn't speak to your parents?
No.
You didn't speak to
your other parents?
Your mom, your dad?
Nope.
At any time before yesterday about your testimony or your statements?
Nope.
Did you discuss with your parents their testimony?
No.
So after they got off the witness stand, your dad didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
No.
Your mom didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
Nope.
The Albert family just ignored the fact that both of them testified in a court of law before a jury about the events of January 29th, 2022. Nothing was ever said?
No.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally at any point before yesterday in preparation for your testimony?
Before yesterday, you said?
Correct.
Yes.
Tell me when.
Want to say a month ago about.
What did you talk about?
I got prepped for this.
Tell me what that means. What does it mean to prep for this?
What I'm going to be getting asked
Remember my first question, very first question this morning? I said, have you spoken to anybody in order to prepare for your testimony? And you said no.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not true. You spoke with Mr. Lowry.
Okay. Yes.
It's not okay, it's yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You said that was about a month ago, correct?
Correct. Around a month ago.
Tell me what, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Around a month ago, I'd say.
Tell me what you and Mr. Lowry discussed.
The questions I would be asked here.
Can you be more detailed?
I don't remember everything he said.
Did he go over the questions that he believed he would ask?
I believe so.
Did you give him answers to those questions that you believed you would give in response to his questions?
Yes.
What questions did he tell you he was going to ask?
I don't remember.
What answers did you tell him you were going to give?
I don't remember.
That was just a month ago, right?
Yes.
Obviously, you've been thinking about this case quite a bit, haven't you?
Yeah.
Over the last 2.5 years.
No.
How long have you been thinking about this case?
I guess since people started writing about me on the internet.
How about since you were at a house where an individual ended up dead on the lawn the next morning? Did that prompt you to start thinking about this case?
No.
Not so much, huh?
Nope.
Wow.
Did you speak with, when Mr. Lally spoke with you, who else was there?
The witness advocate, I believe, and...
Steve Nelson?
Yes.
Who else?
And... Is it Sergeant Tully, I believe?
Tully, T-U-L-L-Y?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Not that I remember.
Sergeant Tully taking notes while you were having this conversation with Mr. Lally?
I do not remember.
Mr. Lally taking notes?
I do not remember.
Do you remember being told by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally that your conversation was being recorded?
I do not remember.
How long was that meeting?
Say 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Were you given any instructions by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally about your preparation for your testimony?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did they give you any instructions about your the preparation for your testimony? How they wanted you to answer questions? The tone and tenor of your testimony?
No.
How they wanted you to dress, for instance?
No.
Other than that time a month ago, have you spoken with Mr. Lally or anybody from the DA's office since then, before yesterday?
No.
You watched any coverage of this case online?
Nope.
No social media?
No, I don't have social media.
No news? No.
He doesn't have social media?
Coverage?
Nope.
Nightly news, Channel 25, Channel 5?
No.
National news?
Nope.
I thought he says he does Snapchat.
Nope.
So literally, according to you, you know zero about the media coverage concerning this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Correct.
Did you talk to Allie before her testimony?
No.
When was the last time you did talk to Allie before she testified yesterday?
I don't remember.
Give me an idea. She's one of your best friends. A week ago, a day ago, a month ago.
I do not remember.
Could it have been a year ago?
I do not remember.
Okay. Could have been 5 years ago.
No.
Okay. So it's more recently than 5 years ago that you spoke with Allie.
I don't remember.
Okay. So you have no independent recollection as you sit here. The last time you talked to one of your best friends and your cousin about any subject.
No, I don't remember.
Were you ever told in preparation for your testimony, if you start to get stumped or nervous, just say, I don't remember?
Nope.
Nobody ever told you that?
Mm-mm. No.
No?
No, sorry.
It's okay. So nobody ever informed you that You might get nervous on the witness stand. There might be tough questions. The easiest way to get out of that is just say, yeah, I don't recall.
No.
So you just don't recall because your memory is that bad. You literally don't recall the last time you spoke with Colin.
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Your testimony is you were not instructed to say, I don't remember. You just literally don't remember.
Correct.
It's an issue with your memory, not an instruction that you received.
Correct.
Right. But you do remember 2.5 years ago, you left 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m., correct? Down to the minute.
Correct.
Got it. Did Mr. Lally, during this meeting that y'all had, did Mr. Lally show you anything? Items of evidence, photographs, videos, anything like that?
No.
Did you two talk about any evidence that you might see? Photographs, documents, videos?
Not that I remember.
He didn't show you the series of text messages between you and Miss McCabe, Allie?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you're not saying he didn't. You're just saying, again, you just don't remember.
Correct.
Okay. And this was just a month ago.
Around a month. Correct.
Could have been sooner than a month. Or, let me ask that a different way. Could have been more recently than a month.
I don't know.
Don't know that either.
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
Yeah, no.
So, Mr. Albert, you have to answer yes or no, not just,
All right, sorry.
Where were you when this meeting a month ago took place?
At the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
Who contacted you to come to the DA's office?
I do not remember that.
Don't remember that either.
No.
Phone call from Mr. Lally, maybe?
I don't believe that I received a phone call. Maybe my lawyer did or my father, but I don't know. I don't believe I did.
So if your father received a phone call and then told you you need to go to the DA's office to meet with Mr. Lally, that would be a conversation with your dad about your preparation for your testimony, correct?
I wouldn't say so, no.
You wouldn't categorize that as such?
No.
Okay. Because, of course, even though you went to the DA's office to meet Mr. Lally and a sergeant from the Massachusetts State Police to talk about your testimony, you didn't mention that to your dad.
No.
Didn't mention that to your mom.
No.
And when you got done with that meeting, Dad didn't ask you, how'd it go, son?
Nope.
Your mom didn't say, how was that meeting?
No.
About this massive murder case.
Objection.
Let me ask it a different way. Do you consider this to be a high-profile murder case?
Objection.
stand on relevancy, ask it differently.
In your mind, this is an important case, correct? Obviously.
Correct.
But according to you, it just never comes up in the Albert household.
No.
Okay. You were asked to look at a couple of text messages yesterday. Looked a little bit like this. You seen that before?
Yes.
When did you see that before?
Yesterday.
Before yesterday? Had you ever seen that before?
On my phone, yeah.
Okay, other than on your phone when you made the screenshot, had you ever seen that before? Mr. Lally ever show it to you?
Not that I remember, no.
So you two didn't discuss that in your meeting a month or less ago?
We could have. I don't remember.
But again, you don't remember? Is that no?
No.
Did Mr. Lally tell you why he wanted to question you about those text messages?
I don't remember.
Did Mr. Lally tell you anything about what you might be asked on cross-examination?
No.
Did he ask you about any videos that you've ever posted?
No.
Did he ask you about any comments you've ever made online?
Nope.
Any photos you've ever been in?
No.
Any fights you've ever been in?
Nope.
Who's Courtney Proctor?
She's friendly with my aunt, Jillian.
I'm sorry?
My aunt Jillian, she's friendly with.
When you say friendly with, describe that. What do you mean by friendly with?
I know that they're pretty friendly.
Have you ever been to Courtney Proctor's home?
Yes.
How many times would you say over the years?
4 or 5, maybe.
Her family is close to your family, it's fair to say.
Not that close. Close though.
Close, but
when you say not that close, but close though, what does that mean?
I'd say we were more close when I was younger, not when I got older.
Okay. How old are you now? You're 20?
Correct.
May I approach you? Okay. I have a photo I'd like to show Mr. Lally first. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at that photo and tell me if you recognize it. Just look at it to yourself, please. Let me know after you studied it for a second.
Yep.
You recognize the photo?
Yes.
Who's in that photo?
Objection.
So the objection sustained as to the content of the photos. Did you want to come to sidebar and explain this to me?
Who's in the photo? Objection. What? We have a sidebar. Okay. What is the remedy? What is the remedy when a witness just can't remember anything except the facts that they would like to share? Sorry, I forgot to put the Chad Daybell stream in. The remedy is always more cowbell. Oh, that is a good answer. Need more cowbell. Fish oil and omega-3. Jury not finding them credible. Discredit his character. Yeah, it's frustrating. It's frustrating. And I can hear it. I can hear it in the attorney's voice as he's asking these questions. He's like, you seriously are going to say, you're going to sit here with a straight face and say you don't remember the last time you talked to your best friend. You don't remember ever bringing up this case with your mom and dad. You're just going to, you expect us to believe that? And I think you did a good job of then saying that, but you also expect us to believe that 2.5 years ago, you remember, drunk off your butt, by the way, you remember the exact time you left the house. But his lawyer told him to get rid of social media. I thought he had social media. I thought we saw social media from him. I can only remember what people didn't talk about. Remedy versus thumb screws. Now, that's something we don't allow here in the U.S. You're not allowed to torture people to get an answer. You have to do that offshore. Didn't we watch another trial recently where a witness was classified as being purposely obtuse? The witnesses remind me very much of that morning. That was in the Rancher trial, George Kelly. I think it was a sheriff. It was obtuse. I can't remember who it was. I thought it was a law enforcement officer. Cousins were on a group Snapchat thread. Snapchat, I guess, technically is social media. They had like WhatsApp, right? That's more of a messaging app. He knew the exact time because there was a text from Allie saying she was here, and the timestamp said 12:10. Reverend Beasy. This case makes no sense. This case makes no sense. 2 people straddled the fence. Now a man is dead. Good song. Good song, Reverend Beasy. Okay. Give me just 1 second to get Daybell lined up and ready to go. Because it starts here soon. Judge Boyce. There we go. And we're back.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now he gets to ask.
Mr. Albert, approximately when was that photograph taken?
Objection.
We can get that, but we'll answer that question.
$10 years or less ago, I'd say. I don't.
You were the ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, were you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct.
So when you say we're friendly, but not that, or we're close rather, but not that close, you were actually close enough to be a member of her wedding party when she was married to her now husband, correct?
When I was younger, correct.
Well, of course it was when you were younger. It was 10 years ago. Is that yes?
Yeah.
That's my question. So for at least a decade, your family and the Proctor family has been close enough such that you and Albert were in her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
For the last, well, at least at that time, 10 years ago, your family was close enough to the Proctor family such that you were a ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, right?
Correct.
And who's Courtney Proctor's brother?
Michael Proctor.
And is Michael Proctor in the photograph that you're looking at?
Yes.
The person on the far left?
Correct.
Looks like he's in a tuxedo.
Correct.
You were also in a tuxedo?
Objection.
Sustained.
What I'm getting at is you all were part of the same wedding party, correct?
Correct.
And that's a photograph of Courtney Proctor's wedding and the entire wedding party, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is that a photograph of a wedding party?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, it's a wedding party. Can we not just say it's a wedding party? The jury has seen the pictures. They're passing it back and forth. We can see the bride in the white dress and everyone in the suits around, okay? It's fairly obvious. The jury knows what it is. I saw it. The way he handed it to the judge, I think all the jury saw it. The point is, the lead investigator on this case, right, Michael Proctor, he's in the wedding party, and the witness is the ring bearer. Why are they not allowed? I'm guessing it's probably a relevance issue. Where the judge draws the line on relevance, especially on situations like this where they're alleging a third party is responsible for the crime, it's always sketchy. The judge has to draw the line at some point. You can't just reach for the stars and pull evidence in and say, "What about this? What about this?" So they'll make a rule and say, "We're going to allow this much. We'll give you this much leeway." But somewhere they draw the line, and this might be just past that line. I wasn't privy to the conversation as far as where they drew the line, but I'm guessing that's what the objection is here. Proctor's testimony is going to be spicy. Yes, guess who has not been called yet that I know of? Michael Proctor has not been called yet. But if he does not get called by the state, you can bet he's going to get called by the defense. But I think the state's going to call him towards the end of their case. So quiet in the house here. My wife took all the kids to Raleigh for a museum. And she took my phone, so there's that. Mr. Yannetti giving some sage advice as to the line of questioning.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want you to look at that one more time. Both you and Michael Proctor are depicted in the photograph, correct?
Correct.
How long have you known Michael Proctor?
Since I was a little kid.
And you've known him well enough to know, I don't want you to tell me or tell the jurors, but you know where he lives.
Yeah.
He has to
you
think about
consider the Proctor family close to your family?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
During the course of, for instance, just as an example, during the course of this event, joyous event at a wedding, you actually sat at the head table along with the Proctor family because you were given the honor of being the ring bearer in Courtney's wedding, correct?
Correct.
And you know, of course, that being in a wedding party is reserved for those special family members and friends, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
In your mind, was that a special honor?
Objection.
Is that what you thought when you were little? When you were in that?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay.
And you were never interviewed by Canton Police Department in connection with this case, correct?
No.
How many times were you interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police in connection with this case?
Once.
And that was in July of 2023, correct?
I don't remember exactly when it was.
About a year and a half after the events in question. Is that right?
Around there.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of a report of that interview? Just to get the date?
Sure, yeah.
May I approach you?
Yes.
We've had two Brians so far, AV, but not the DEA guy. We've had Brian Albert and Brian Albert Jr.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Take a look at paragraph 1. It's in the middle of the paragraph. If you'll just read that to yourself, please. You got that?
Yeah.
You saw the July 18 date,
Yes.
2023?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that that was the first time you were interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Who conducted that interview?
Michael Proctor and one of his partners, I believe. I don't remember.
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator that interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
That's the same Michael Proctor that appears on the far left of the photo of that wedding party, correct?
Correct.
Did you find that interview, by the way, how long did the interview last? Michael Proctor.
I do not remember.
Do you remember testifying at one point that it was about 10 minutes?
No.
You testified at a different hearing, a different proceeding, not this proceeding, one other time, correct?
Correct.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Said it was 10 minutes
Yes.
I need a foundational question first. I apologize. It's my fault, Mr. Albert. Do you believe it would refresh your recollection as to the length of that first interview if you were to see your testimony from a prior proceeding?
Yeah.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at this, and I'm going to direct your attention to line 18 and 19 of that transcript. Let me know when you've reviewed it. Is that yes?
Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
How long was that interview?
Which interview are you?
The interview that you had with Michael Proctor. That's what that question was about, that you just read.
I still don't remember.
Okay. Do you recall that it says that you testified Question, how long
Objection.
did the interview last for?
Objection sustained where his memory is not refreshed. You can do this differently, you know that.
Did this refresh your recollection as to the question and answer, how you answered the question, how long that interview lasted?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say 10 minutes?
Yes.
Judge is like, you can force it out
During
of
the
him.
course of that 10-minute conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, what was the tone of that interview? You understand what I mean by tone?
I do not understand.
Okay. Was it hostile and accusatory?
Not that I remember, no.
Was it antagonistic or confrontational?
Can you use different words, please?
Sure. Was he being mean?
No.
Okay. He was being nice, right?
Professional, I'd say.
Yeah. Because you've known him almost your whole life, right?
Yes.
He was friendly and cordial,
Correct.
and the interview was comfortable.
Say it again.
The interview was comfortable.
Correct.
You didn't feel like you were on the hot seat.
No.
Did you find that the interview with Michael Proctor was consistent with the relationship that you've had with him your whole life? Meaning, he's always been friendly to you. He was just as friendly in that conversation.
Not really, no.
How is he different?
I'd say more professional.
Okay. Obviously, he was doing a job, correct?
Correct.
But when you walked in, you recognized him.
Yes.
He recognized you.
Yes.
You made natural greetings with one another, correct?
Correct.
He questioned you about a few things.
Correct.
He didn't look at your phone. He didn't ask to take your phone away from you.
No.
He didn't ask to seize your phone or seize any other physical items from you.
No.
You weren't asked to come down to the police station and sit in an interview room or an interrogation room, were you?
No.
Matter of fact, where did the conversation take place for those 10 minutes?
In the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
DA's office on Shawmut Road. Who else was there other than Trooper Proctor and his partner at the time, Trooper Clark?
Can you
Who
repeat?
else was there? Was it just Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, and Clark?
Yes.
Okay, so it was just the three of you.
Yes.
And Trooper Proctor was the one that was sort of leading the conversation.
Yes.
And then when it was done, he said, "You're free to go."
Correct.
And he didn't take your phone.
Nope.
He didn't ask you to look at any text messages.
Nope.
He didn't look through your phone.
Nope.
He didn't take any screenshots or videos of your phone or the contents of your phone.
Nope.
Just let you walk out the door.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I publish the photo?
Why don't you come over here for just 1 second?
May I have that, please?
Your Honor, may I publish the photo? So we're trying to establish that there's a family connection between the investigation and the witness here in the stand. The witness is being obtuse, does not remember things even after being refreshed on them. Mr. Proctor really, really wants to show this picture. He wants the jury to see. Sorry, not Mr. Proctor, but Mr. Yannetti really wants to see this, show this picture of Michael Proctor with Colin Albert, dressed in tuxes together at the wedding. Young Colin Albert, at just 10 years old, right? Just a boy, a wee lad. Hey, it's working. It's working. Did I finally fix it? I did. I fixed it, you guys. Okay, now my button pusher works. I spent this whole time working on it. I don't think they're in kilts. What's the big deal? Michael Proctor was key in the investigation. And if the investigator is very friendly with the people he's investigating, which they were investigating what happened, there can be an appearance of impropriety. Improper. I can't remember the word that I'm thinking of. You guys know what I want to say impropriety or something like that, which doesn't sound right this morning. Oh, the heart came back. I didn't get rid of it the first time. I'll get rid of it this time. Sorry. And it's gone. I need to monetize that Top Mark Media channel just because it will let me change the settings to automatically turn that off. That's like the one thing I want to do. Just haven't got around to it. Impropriety, behavior that is dishonest, socially unacceptable, or unsuitable for a particular situation. Yeah. Everyone else got the word except for me. Inappropriate. I like that one as well. All the good words. Copacetic. That's a good word for today. I used a word with Mrs. R.A. I said, inartful. And she challenged me. She threw the BS card down and said, that's not a word. And I said, it is a word. And I defined it. And I won that bet. I still don't know what I won. But typically, if you're in a relationship and you make a bet that the other person is wrong, if you win, you still lose. So that's just a word of advice for you. All right, looks like the sidebar's done. Will we get to see the picture from the wedding? I think not.
May I inquire you?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want to shift gears for a quick second. On July 27th, you and your attorney appeared at a hearing in a separate proceeding, correct?
I don't.
Let me ask it a different way. You testified at a different proceeding, not this trial, but a different proceeding.
Correct.
Okay. You were put under oath. You appeared with your lawyer. You gave testimony, and that's part of what you looked at a second ago.
Correct.
Okay. But when you met with Michael Proctor, you did not feel the need to take an attorney with you. It was just you, Michael Proctor, and Investigator Clark, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You were asked yesterday about certain texts with your cousin, Allie, correct?
Correct.
Allie is obviously family.
Yes.
But she's more than family. She's also a good friend of yours.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, she's one of your best friends.
Correct.
And at your age, this is not meant to be pejorative, but we're different generations. At your age, your most convenient way of communicating is through text messages, correct?
Correct.
I mean, if you're going to grab a buddy and say, let's meet at the such and such ball field or whatever, you're going to text him probably, not call him.
Either or.
Okay. But texting is pretty common between you and your friends.
Yes.
Texting is certainly common between you and Allie. We've already seen evidence of that, right?
Yes.
And that's generally how you like to communicate with Allie.
I'd say so, yeah.
In fact, when you reached out to her for a ride, there were like 8 text messages back and forth just for a pickup, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, just move your arm.
Sure.
It's in September, Vicky.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is a copy of 81. I just want you to have that in front of you. Your Honor, with the court's permission,
Too soon, my
place
friend. Too soon.
Exhibit 81 on the screen.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach? I need to use the Elmar instead of...
Okay. Is there an objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Who would object to Elmo?
I thought you meant approach over here. Do you want the Commonwealth to pull it? Mr. Jackson, do you want the Commonwealth to pull it up for you?
You'd be happy to, Your Honor. It's fine.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
We can't find our evidence
Thank
today.
you, Ms. Gilman.
Can I approach the witness just to give
Yes.
a hard copy? Okay. You see what's displayed on the screen?
Yes.
It's only part of the text string, but does that look like it's an accurate representation of what you're looking at?
Yes.
And this is a series of texts on or about January 28th and 29th of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Albert, you needed something as simple as a ride. You were just asking Allie to give you a ride, is that right?
Yes.
And that's because you said that it's common for you guys to text back and forth. You just texted her, hey, you can get me now, is that right?
Yes.
And then you texted if it's easier, and then she said, okay, I'm dropping people off, and there was an exchange back and forth, is that right?
Yeah.
And there were at least 8 texts between the two of you, if you just count them up real quick, just about getting picked up.
Yeah.
But if you scroll down a little bit, after the end of that text string, that ends at 12:10 a.m. and it says okay. Do you see the next date?
Yes.
What date is that?
February 20th.
That's nearly a month later, correct?
Correct.
So there was a gap after January 29th, 2022, when you found out that a man had ended up dead on your uncle's lawn, and you and Allie did not text each other for a month, not once.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true that on January 29th, later in the day, you found out about John O'Keefe and his condition, the fact that he died?
Objection.
Is that true? Did you find out that day?
Yes.
Okay.
So you were well aware of, thank you. We can take that down. You were well aware, Mr. Albert, that something very tragic had happened at your uncle's house, Brian Albert's house, right?
Correct.
And you were aware that you had been at your uncle's house that night, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that, according to you, Allie McCabe was the one that picked you up and took you from that location.
Correct.
And notwithstanding the fact of this tragedy, you and Allie didn't text each other one time for a month. Is that right?
I don't think that's correct.
So where are those texts?
We text on other platforms too. So I'd say other apps.
So is there a reason why you decided for the next month to just switch platforms to maybe Snapchat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No reason.
Are you sure that you switched platforms?
I'd say so, yeah.
Why did you switch platforms?
We go back and forth, I'd say, between platforms texting.
You switched platforms because you know that Snapchat deletes all communications, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you know that Snapchat has an auto-delete function on it?
If your app is set to that, yes.
Your app was set to that, wasn't it?
I do not remember that.
So again, your memory is failing you.
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Once again, your memory is failing you. You just
Objection.
don't remember.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, that you either switched platforms or deleted the texts because you did not want your text communications with Alan McCabe to be discovered?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that right?
That's not true.
So where are those communications?
I do not know.
Can't produce them right now, can you?
I'm not sure.
So in the days, the hours, and days and weeks following the death of John O'Keefe, your communications with your best friend, Allie, the person who gave you a ride home that night, they're just gone. Right?
I'm not sure.
You testified that you provided Exhibit 81, what we were just looking at and you're still looking at in front of you, as a screenshot of your communications on January 29th, 2022 with Allie McCabe, correct? It was a screenshot.
You say that again? Sorry.
You provided that item as a screenshot, not as an actual text to law enforcement. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
Okay, do you know what a screenshot is?
Yes.
What's a screenshot?
When you take a picture on your phone.
That's a picture from your phone.
Yes.
Okay, so it is a screenshot.
Yes, it is a screenshot.
Okay, that's my question. When you met with Michael Proctor in that interview that lasted 10 minutes, Michael Proctor did not get the actual texts underlying that screenshot, did he?
No.
He never looked for those actual texts, did he?
No.
He never asked you for those actual texts, did he?
No.
And you never volunteered to give him those actual texts, did you?
I think I volunteered to, yeah.
On that day?
Oh, no, not on that day, no.
Not on that day. You know what a phone extraction is?
Not familiar.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a phone imaging or a phone extraction or a forensic extraction? Any of those words sound familiar?
Not really, no.
Michael Proctor never asked you, I think it's fair to say now, given that answer, Michael Proctor never asked you if he could do a phone extraction of your cell phone, did he?
No.
He never asked if he could take a forensic image of your phone, did he?
No.
Do you know what metadata is?
Nope.
You know the dates and times. You take a photo on your phone. Sometimes, well, not sometimes, all the time, it'll capture the date and time of the photo. You know that?
Objection.
I'll hear this answer and it may end your inquiry. Do you know that?
Pretty sure I do, yeah.
Have you ever heard of that data, the dates and times and geolocations? Have you ever heard of that referred to as metadata?
No.
Okay, so I'll just use the word date and time.
Okay.
You know that on your phone, if you pull up a text, you can go behind the text and see the date and time that it was actually sent or received, right?
Yeah.
But on a screenshot, you're left with just what's on the screen. You can't go behind the screenshot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You provided just the screenshot, ultimately, not the actual text, correct?
Correct.
But in September of 2023, Michael Proctor's partner, a man by the name of Yuri Buchnick, you know that name?
Yeah.
He contacted you and said he wanted to talk about your text messages, correct?
I don't remember.
Do you remember that you told Yuri Buchnick when he asked about the text messages, you did not have the screenshot anymore, you sent it to your father, Chris?
I don't remember that.
Do you recall telling Yuri Buchnick if he wanted to get the screenshot, you weren't going to give it to him, he'd have to get it from your dad?
Do not remember that.
You remember Trooper Buchnick agreeing with you and saying, sure, I'll just call your dad and get it from him?
Don't remember that.
You don't remember giving, you certainly don't remember ever giving Trooper Buchnick a copy of that screenshot?
No, I don't remember.
Because you didn't, did you?
I do not remember.
But you did give it to your dad, right?
I do not remember.
Do you remember anything about this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw.
I think she was going to allow it.
To this day, you have never been required to present your phone to any law enforcement agent, have you?
Nope.
It was never imaged. It was never downloaded.
Nope.
You still have the same phone?
Yes.
If you had the actual texts on your phone, why did you provide law enforcement with just a screenshot?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not sure.
You were shown a photo yesterday of you in February of 2022 with your aunt. Remember that photo? Yeah. Mr. Lally showed you that photo?
Correct.
And he said he wanted you to pay special attention to your face and hands and extremities. Asked you if there was anything unusual about that.
Yes.
You said no. In that photo, absolutely nothing unusual in February 2022 about you, your face, your hands, your fists, nothing, right?
Correct.
I want to draw your attention to February 26th, same month, less than a month after the incident. You were at a place called Fenway Johnny's with your buddies, weren't you?
Correct.
You and I have two documents I'd like to mark for identification with the court's permission to show to Mr. Lally.
Okay.
It's possible that his faulty memory might be a symptom of excessive alcohol consumption as a youth.
E and FF. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, present these to the witness.
Yes.
May we approach?
I may as well see them. I'll end up seeing them in the nice.
Mr. Lally, doing his best to defend this family from the allegations raised by the defense. Where if you put yourself in the defense position, that obviously they believe that Karen is guilty and the only one responsible for the death of John O'Keefe. If you look at it from that perspective, this line of questioning is tantamount to basically the bullying that's been going on for quite a while. From the other perspective, if you look at it from Karen's perspective, where her defense team states that she had nothing to do with John O'Keefe's death, and that she feels she's being framed by in these charges. It's interesting. Try to look at it from the other point of view. Like, try to put yourself into the other seat, and then explain that. And I'm trying to do that the best I can. But what gets me is that if I were with the Alberts or the McCabes and testifying in this trial, I can't understand why we've had a lot of very reluctant witnesses, where it's been excruciating to extract data that shouldn't be, anything major. Why are we hiding something? Because I feel like there's something being hidden. As a member of the jury watching this, I feel like a lot of people are providing answers that appear to be coached in unison. Why would that happen? If there's no guilt. I'm not saying there is guilt, but I'm just trying to explain and understand why we seem to get the same type of response from every single witness that's connected with the family. Doesn't it? I think that would make them look more suspicious. Still haven't made up my mind. I'm waiting. I do know there's evidence coming that is more condemning of Karen Reed. That it's going to be uncomfortable for her to sit through and listen to and watch, and for us to see, and I'm like, wow, that does look bad. that does, that's not what you want to have put up on the screen for a defendant in a murder trial. That's coming. It's coming. It's not. We haven't seen much of it yet, but I just can't understand the attitude of a lot of the witnesses. Looks like some more social media text messages might be coming in too. Changes in who's on the stand or who's on the witness. Sorry, my mouth will work in a minute. Some changes as to who's on the media pool. Looks like different personnel. This would be one of the witnesses that, what's his name? Turtle Boy would be excluded from being in the courtroom for. Karen, I'm one of those people who has a terrible memory. I can name my wife's, my own, and maybe one of my kids' birthdays right now. Honestly, that's well, maybe two. I think two kids' birthdays. I struggle with dates. I struggle with times. I struggle with recalling exact things. So I'm sympathetic more to that. I think I give a little leeway there, but. I don't remember when I talked to my best friend last. I can tell you that there are some good friends that I grew up with before I moved out to North Carolina. I can tell you when I talked to them last. It's been years, since I've talked to them in person. That was something that was tough for me to believe from this witness. Look at the reporters sharing notes there. How cute. The lady in the blue shirt on the media, what is that, CCTV? Is that what her shirt says? CCTX? Julie, Chris, let me compare this to the list we've already had testify. So we've got Julie, yes. Chris Albert, yes, we've had him. He owns a pizza shop. Colin Albert is testifying now. Michael Proctor, not yet. Jennifer McCabe, yes. Did we have her already? Early on in the... Where's she coming up? Good link. Ray Camarano. Don't think we've had Jennifer McCabe yet. Matt, Brian, Albert, Nicole, Albert, Yuri. It's a short day, so if we fast forward through all the breaks, we'll be done here in 30
So you're
minutes.
putting it in evidence before you display it?
Sure. May I approach one more time?
Yes.
Surround.
Is that a question? Should you put it in evidence before you display it?
Sir, do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
Taking a look at the one that's got multiple documents on it, I don't want you to tell me what's on it. Just tell me if you recognize the picture that's in the middle to the right.
Yes.
Okay. And then looking at the second document, which I believe is marked EE for identification at this point, does that appear to be a true and accurate enlargement of the first thumbnail?
Yes.
And those were taken on that photo was taken on February 26, 2022.
Yes.
At the place called, I think it's called Fenway Johnny's, right?
Correct.
Okay. May I publish the...
Put it into evidence first.
Move for the admission of just EE.
So you need to get it to the court reporter.
May I, I'm sorry, just FF? May I approach?
Yes.
EE or
Judges.
FF?
Let me have it.
Give me both the papers.
FF.
Okay, give it to Madam Court Reporter to put the exhibit number on it.
The exhibit 85, Your Honor,
Yeah.
excuse me, FF.
I want to see both pictures.
Yes.
Do you see that photograph that's being displayed?
Yes.
Are you in that photograph?
Yes.
Which person are you?
In the middle.
The one with the glassy eyes.
And about what time of day was it? That's you in the middle?
Correct.
Okay. About what time of day was this taken?
Not sure.
Was it at an event of some sort, or just you were at a bar?
Just at a bar.
Okay. I want you to take a look at your right hand. Can you see from there clearly your right hand?
Yes.
What do you notice about your right hand?
It's cut up.
Your knuckles are injured, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't take this photo, did you?
Nope.
That photo was never on your phone. In other words, it wasn't a friend of yours that took the photo, correct?
No.
This was taken by an event staff member, is that right?
Correct.
It was later posted on social media, isn't that right?
Correct.
You could not access the metadata, you couldn't access the time and date of that photo, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
You couldn't manipulate the time or date this photo was taken?
No.
This photo is completely sort of out of your control, isn't that right?
Correct.
And it was controlled by the event staff at Fenway Johnny's.
Correct.
And on February 26th, less than a month after the incident at Fairview, that's what your right knuckles look like, correct?
Correct.
His
And this
eyes
is a
are so
true and
bad.
accurate depiction of your condition on or about February 26th, correct?
Correct.
How'd you get those injuries, Mr. Albert? We can pull the lights up.
I was at a party, a house party my senior year, and I remember it being icy out, and it was kind of like a steep hill of a driveway, and I was walking up the driveway, and I slipped down the driveway, and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand, so I had tried to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
What'd you have in your left hand?
If I remember, it was either my phone or a beverage.
So, according to you, you fell on ice and injured your knuckles, as we just saw in that photograph, right across the top of your knuckles.
Correct.
Okay. So you fell onto, what, pavement, asphalt?
Yes.
And you braced yourself when you fell, your entire body weight, by putting your right hand down in a fist, and you injured your right fist, just the top of the knuckles on your right fist when you fell down.
Correct.
Seriously?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Yeah, that's
You put your
not.
palms down when you fell?
No.
You felt your entire body weight on your right fist and just injured the top portion of your knuckles, correct?
Correct.
Those injuries to your knuckles look an awful lot like the type of injuries that you would get in a
Objection,
fight.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
You ever been in a fight, sir?
Other than with my brothers, no.
You've never been in a fight
Nope.
your entire life.
Other than with my brothers, no.
Never hurt your knuckles before.
Not sure what you mean.
Never hurt your knuckles in a fight.
No.
And in this case, when you fell down on the asphalt, it was only the top four knuckles of your right hand, correct?
Correct.
You right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
You box?
Nope.
I'm sorry, You don't box?
Nope.
You've never boxed?
Never.
You ever practice boxing?
I've hit the bag for like cardio, but other than that, no.
When you hit the bag, is that considered boxing?
I wouldn't say so. Not
It's not jumping
really.
rope, is it, Mr. Albert?
No.
It's not doing curls.
Nope.
Not doing push-ups or calisthenics.
Nope.
It's hitting a bag, correct?
Yeah.
That's boxing, right?
I'd say yeah.
Yeah. When that photograph was taken at Fenway Johnny's, those knuckles looked like they had been re-injured from a prior injury. No?
No.
Just falling on the asphalt.
Correct.
Any other cuts or scrapes from that terrible fall on the asphalt?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase it. Any other cuts or scrapes or injuries from that fall?
I don't remember.
Just your right knuckles.
Yeah.
You said you've never been in a fight before.
Nope.
Did you post a video? You threatened that you're going to...
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar on this. I'm familiar with this.
Judge, like, I know where you're going. Did you post a video saying you were going to fight somebody? Lots of sidebars. I don't consider hitting a bag to be boxing. It's for cardio. He hits the bag for cardio. I've slipped and fallen way too many times as somebody who likes ice fishing. Okay, I can't tell you the number of times I've been out ice fishing and didn't wear my cleats. The cleats are the metal spikes that give you traction on the ice. I have them. I just either had left them packed in my gear or didn't bring them or something. And ice can be unbelievably slick, especially when the wind's blowing and there's a little water on the ice or something. It gets very, very slick. You don't fall on your knuckles. You don't fall on your knuckles and brace yourself on your knuckles. What do you use for bait when I'm fishing for ice? Mostly mealworms. I think mealworms and waxworms are my favorite. When fishing for ice? Okay, I see what you just said, fishing for ice. I catch lots of ice, but mostly I fish for fish while I'm fishing through the ice for fish. You do if you're a knuckle dragger. I'm not sure why we're doing these extreme close-ups on everybody. It's like we have a different cameraman today. It's bringing us right up to people. So I don't know if the judge is going to allow this in or not. I'd love to see it, obviously, because it's sort of been teased. It has something to do with the witness and either a threat to fight or a possible fight or talking about a fight. Love to see that. Is it impeachment material? Judge seemed well informed about this particular issue, and she shut it down rather quickly. But if anything's going to allow this evidence in, it's going to be the testimony of the defendant stating that he'd never, ever been in a fight. So that may have been enough to open the door to allow this testimony in, which would normally otherwise be admissible. Because now you get to say we've got a statement that the witness has made on the stand under oath in presence of the jury that is inaccurate if we have this evidence, which I think that's what the evidence is at least going to allude to is that he had been in a fight. So you can't let his testimony stand saying he's never been in a fight if you have evidence to the contrary. So I did a little reading about the text messages. Oh, we're running out of time here.
So I'm going to send you out for a recess. We have some work we have to do here.
Oh, we have a
enough for me to
proffer.
get you coffee and bagels. I apologize for that, but we'll be a little bit. So we'll send you out for the morning recess.
All rise for the court, please.
All rise. We have a proffer. Little huddle going on. Whoa. They're pretty excited about something. Maybe they got him. Maybe they got him.
So, Mr. Albert, you stay right where you are. We're going to see a couple of short videos, and then Mr. Jackson will ask you questions, and then Mr. Lally will ask you questions. Then I'll hear from the lawyers, and then I'll take a break, and you'll get a break before we go back. Okay?
Yeah.
Did you have a lawyer present?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right. So the first one, are they both on the same? They're separate.
I separated them.
All right. So let's mark them each for identification.
The one I'm holding in my right hand.
Bring it up.
I'll call advantage.
Okay.
That would be GG for identification.
Thank you.
Copyright warning. Okay, so I'm going to have my finger on this. I've heard that Adele has stricken us before.
The one in my left hand with
in the Maya
court's
trial.
permission,
We got a hit from
I'll
Adele.
call this bang bang.
Bang bang.
That would be HH for identification.
Bang
All right,
bang
thank you.
bang on the door, baby.
All right. So play GG first, please.
Okay, I'm going to have to kill the audio if there's music.
Yes, sir.
Your advantage boys beats all your asses. I promise you, I'll fuck you all up.
Whoa, that's pretty extreme.
Okay. And the next one, please.
You're a bitch, bro. Fuck you now. Fuck you, pussy. Big cold, boy, you be knocked out. KO. Bang, bang.
Okay.
Okay.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to take those two videos one at a time. I'm going to call one the advantage voice and one the bang bang video. For purposes of my questioning, Mr. Albert, specifically regarding the advantage voice video, did you recognize it?
Yes.
How did you recognize it?
What do you mean by that?
How do you recognize it? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. When was that taken?
Maybe my sophomore year in high school, around.
Where were you?
I don't remember.
Okay,
where.
so your sophomore year in high school, that's about 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, around.
You indicated on cross-examination you've never been in a fight,
No.
indicating that you have no violent tendencies and no violent proclivities, right?
Nope.
What were you saying on that video?
That I would beat them up.
Did you say you would beat them up, or did you say, I will fuck you up?
I said I will F you up.
No, you didn't say, I will F you up. What did you actually say?
He's making him
that
say
I would
it.
fuck them up.
Made him
You also
say it.
said something about beating somebody's ass, right?
Correct.
What did that mean?
That I would beat them up.
So when you said, I will fuck you up and I will beat your ass, was that a friendly invitation?
No.
That was a threat, correct?
I don't know if I would call it a threat.
Don't?
I'm not sure.
someone walks up to you, I'm not gonna do it, but if someone did, walked up to you and said, I will fuck you up, I will beat your ass, you wouldn't take that as a threat?
If they walked up to me, yeah.
But if they didn't walk up and just shouted it across the street and stood there and said, I will fuck you up, I will beat your ass, that's not a threat.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you are sure, sir.
All right, so that I'll strike at the Commonwealth standing up and objecting.
Were you threatening these advantage boys, guys, whoever they are?
Yeah, kinda.
Were you
kinda.
threatening them with violence?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. In the second video, you said, fuck you a number of times, and then you said, KO, you said, pull up, KO, bang, bang, right?
Correct.
Explain that to me.
Not sure, like, explain what I said.
Is that a threat?
Yeah.
Pull up, bitch, right?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Who are you talking to?
Those same advantage kids.
Got it. So you're threatening them yet again a second time.
Yeah.
What does pull up mean?
Like, come by.
Yeah, meaning get over here, right?
Yep.
Because when you do, I'm gonna fuck you up, right?
Yeah.
Meaning I'm gonna fight you and I'm gonna put you down, correct?
Correct.
That was your threat to them.
Correct.
Can we get a time on this second one?
Of course. When was the second one, the bang bang threat made? Before or after the advantage boys?
I'm not sure.
After?
Might have been this same night. I really don't know.
Well, you're dressed completely differently, so it's probably not the same night. You would agree with that?
Unless I could have changed my shirt. I do that often.
Okay. So you changed your shirt, and on the same night, you just decided to threaten the guys twice. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Was it around the same time frame?
Around, yeah.
All right. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Albert, you do like to fight, don't you?
Nope.
The fact of the matter is, you showed up at another hearing, at another proceeding, to testify, and you showed up with busted knuckles then, too, didn't you?
I do not remember.
July 27th, 2023, do you remember being at another hearing?
Yes.
Do you remember being questioned by some attorneys?
Yes.
Do you remember the question about the condition of your fist? Literally at the hearing?
Yeah.
It was obvious to the person that was questioning you that you had an injury to your fist, correct?
Objection.
Well, that's a steal.
I'll rephrase that. My apologies, Your Honor. You were asked questions by the questioner about the condition, the physical condition of your fist, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at that time, well, let me back up for a second and ask a different question. They were asking because you had open injuries on your right knuckles yet again, didn't you?
Correct.
More ice. More slips and falls. It's a slippery
You said,
place.
it must have
July.
been hitting a heavy bag, right?
Yeah.
Boxing again.
Hit in the bag, yeah.
Just working out, right?
Yep.
Didn't have any injuries on your left hand, though, did you?
No.
How many times have you hit a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
How many times have you worked out with a heavy bag? That's an unfair question. I'll ask a better one. How many times have you worked out on a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
When you work out on a heavy bag, you wrap your hands, don't you?
I do not know.
I see. So only your right hand gets injured over and over and over and over again. Not your left hand.
I'm not sure.
Even though you punch in the bag with both hands.
I'm not sure.
Yet again.
Maybe he only
your
works
right
out
hand
one
gets
arm.
injured.
Yes.
So when you throw a haymaker, your hardest punch, that's with your right fist, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
I would say they have equal. They're equal. I don't know. Not sure.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert,
As soon as the fireman put out the fire in your pants, we'll proceed with the questioning.
when those videos were made, you were a sophomore in high school, is that right?
Around that, yeah.
How old were you when you were a sophomore in high school?
16 years old.
And so that would have been at least a couple years before January of 2022, correct?
Yeah.
And as far as within those videos, well, as far as timing, so those videos were around the same time, both sort of same time period within your sophomore year?
Correct.
And relatively close to each other, is that correct?
Correct.
And who or what is an advantage?
It's a club hockey team.
And what, if any, relationship did you have with that club hockey team?
None.
And so, as far as what videos you were made and sending, were there any videos from that group that were made and sent to you?
Text messages.
And with regard to those text messages, generally speaking, what do they say?
Just name calling me and my friends, calling us like pussies and stuff like that.
So this was sort of a back and forth, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you even play hockey?
Nope.
And were these people around your age at that time?
Yeah.
And were they kids from the same town or different?
I don't even know where they're from.
Did you even really know these kids or what their names were or anything like that?
Not at all.
You just threaten complete strangers?
Was there ever any sort of physical fight or even a physical interaction with these other kids?
Never.
Did you ever even meet them face to face?
Never.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived at the top of the street when you lived at Seven Meadows, you ever threaten him?
Never.
Did he ever threaten you?
Never.
Did you ever have any sort of back and forth exchange similar to what was up on the screen?
Never.
I have nothing further on that.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I, very briefly? You indicated, Mr. Albert, that this was your sophomore year in high school. But you were asked that exact same question under oath, the time frame of these videos in that other hearing, weren't you?
I believe so, yes.
You indicated under oath in that hearing that it looked like it was your junior or senior year in high school, correct?
Maybe, I'm not sure.
Not sure.
Exactly what I said.
Your senior year would have been what year, sir?
2022. 21, 22.
Same year John O'Keefe died.
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, I will hear you.
Your Honor, if we could make the argument outside the presence of the witness.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to step out of the
Now we get to decide if this gets to come into the jury. We've heard it in proffer. Jury is out right now. He's going to say clearly he's lying.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you cannot hear in that background.
No problem. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity. Your Honor, it's very clear that these videos are highly, highly relevant, given the sanitized testimony that this witness has tried to present to this jury. He's indicated that he's never been in a fight, doesn't have any violent proclivities, he doesn't have any violent tendencies. It's not in his countenance to do this. Mr. Lally opened this
So
door.
you only got that through the voir dire?
Understood.
Okay, so the violent tendencies only came in through the voir dire.
Well,
Meaning
that's
the
not
jury
true.
hasn't heard that.
In front of the jury, he said, I've never been in a fight.
Okay, but that specific question, you said violent tendencies, it was unobjected to, but that was voir dire.
Understood. Mr. Lally clearly opened this door yesterday. He presented a photograph or a series of photographs with this witness's family. his arm draped over his aunt. He's with his mom, looking very family-oriented, etc. And Mr. Lally went further than that and specifically said, I want you to take a look at your face, and your hands, and your extremities. You see anything unusual or odd about that. That's why I believe the court allowed, based on the testimony today, allowed the photograph in February of 2022 of the actual photo that cannot be manipulated. It's in the hands of a third party of the busted and injured knuckles on this witness's right hand. He then said, I've never been in a fight. Those two videos belie that testimony. There is no way to look at those two videos and say, this is not relevant to the issue of whether or not he has been in a fight.
But tell me how whether he's been in a fight is relevant to an issue in this case. That's what you have to do.
Because the police should have, the Massachusetts State Police should have, if they were doing their due diligence, they should have investigated this young man. They should have investigated every single person that was in that house, in or around the home of where John O'Keefe was found, the Albert home, and they didn't. They did nothing to investigate whether or not there was someone in the house who tended to fight, who wanted to get in physical altercations, who had a propensity to get in physical altercations, who was a fighter by nature, who threatened to fight, who threatened violence. That's what this young man has indicated he does constantly. I'm surprised he didn't show up in this hearing with busted knuckles.
So does this go to your third-party culprit defense?
It goes to both. It certainly goes to Bowden, but yes, it also goes to our third-party culprit defense as well. This is a focus of, I believe, this should be a focus of the juror's attention in terms of, is there a third party who could have done this, that evidence points to, that may have done this? Absolutely. This evidence, what we now have, points directly in that it's focused in that direction. So yes, both it should have been investigated, and Colin Albert is somebody that the jurors should focus their opinion on or their attention on to determine whether or not he could have or was involved in the death of John O'Keefe.
All right,
He's been shaking his head.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth would submit did not open the door in reference to this, showing a photograph of someone and what they physically looked like. There was no suggestion. The only questions that were asked about fighting or anything of that nature were by counsel. So counsel thinks he opened his own door. I don't think that's exactly how that works. This is nothing more than rank speculation. It has nothing, bears no relevance whatsoever to this case. You're talking about something that is dated at least a year, if not two, prior to the incidents in this case.
But what if it's as Mr. Jackson pointed out, the prior testimony, his senior year, which is, of course, is much closer?
Well, I think even assuming that, as far as relevance is concerned, Your Honor, there is no evidence here of a fight at all. There is no evidence that this witness was even present at the house at the same time as the victim. There's no evidence of any animus between this witness and the victim. There is no evidence whatsoever, as I stated, that he was even present at the same place at the same time on the night with John O'Keefe, on the night that John O'Keefe was killed. There is no evidence from even these videos of any physical altercation having taken place. So whatever juvenile beef that he and his friends had with individuals from another town, there's no evidence whatsoever of physical altercation. There's no evidence that there's a physical altercation even in this case. So to allow counsel to introduce this purely for prejudicial reasons and to invite the jury to speculate as to what it is essentially does nothing but divert the jury's attention away from the facts of the case and what the evidence of the case is, and more so is just there's no evidence of anything in this case.
You said it, sir. You said it.
May I give briefly?
Yes.
There's no evidence of anything in this case.
I don't know what Mr. Lally is talking about. He says there's no evidence of a fight in this case. John O'Keefe looks like he had been beaten to death. He's got two black eyes, a laceration over his right eye, a laceration over his nose, a giant wound on the back of his head, and he doesn't look like he was hit by a car. He looks like he was in a physical altercation. It's as plain as the nose on your face, and we have evidence that we have witnesses who are going to propound that evidence and present that evidence. So Mr. Lally and the Commonwealth can take whatever position they want to. If they think those injuries are consistent with being hit by a 6,000-pound truck, they can knock themselves out. That is not the state of the case, and they don't get to dictate the state of the facts. The facts speak for themselves. Second, with regard to whether or not Mr. Albert was home that night, or at the home that night in a position to be able to engage in a physical altercation, which, by the way, takes about that long. That is predicated on his own family members covering for him. Every one of the witnesses who testified basically are friends and families of the Alberts. And keep in mind, Your Honor, I don't think it's lost on anybody that Colin Albert was hidden, specifically and intentionally hidden from all of law enforcement for the first several months of this investigation. Nobody was willing to even say he was at the house. That is highly, highly suspicious. Given the gravity of what we have now, I would take an issue with one thing Mr. Lally said. He said this diverts the jurors' attention. I would agree it diverts their attention. It diverts their attention to somebody who possibly could be involved with this, who was not properly investigated. And I'll submit.
Okay. So may I have those 2 flash drives, please? Yes. No, I was asking that in court reporter. All right. So I will. Why don't we take a 15-minute recess? I'll look at these and we'll come out.
Court, all right.
All right. So as they take a break, she's going to go back and that's me really close. Oh, okay. There we go. She's going to go back and replay it. Just content warning, Judge. It's got some language in there. Just heads up. Just heads up. Oh, okay. So quick break. We're going to skip the break because we can. Oh, man. I hate it when I click that button. I have the hiccups. There we go. All right. She said 15 minutes, right? That was probably one of the spiciest arguments we've heard from the defense, specifically pointing the finger of blame at someone who could have committed the crime, and that is Colin Albert, and saying, yes, it does divert the jury's attention, as we feel it rightfully should. Okay. Break's over. Reverend Beasy, congratulations on the 13 months, some of the best 13 months of my life. How many miles have you run in those 13 months, Reverend Beasy? A lot.
I actually will see counsel at Sidebar. I wasn't sure this was coinciding.
Well, apparently we're not done. The judge has watched the video. I'm not sure if she saved a copy and uploaded it to her Insta or her TikTok. Probably didn't. Maybe later. Save it till after the trial. Angela, yes. The defense is saying that Colin had something to do with this. They raised the issue that both the parents neglected to say he was there. Everyone says he was gone before he showed up. All the family members do.
Oh, actually, they'll need to be passed down to Nancy. Thank you. Sorry.
And got into the issue of the appearance of John O'Keefe's body. It looks like he's been beat to death, is what he said.
Okay, the witness can take the stand, please.
And sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, Madam Court Reporter has 2 marked for identification. Are you moving to introduce those into evidence at this point?
With the court's permission, yes.
Okay.
They're coming
So
in.
let's wait a minute.
Defense won this one. Sorry, I can't see myself from my viewpoint.
Thank you.
Sometimes I disappear and forget to pop back up.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, before we took a break, you had mentioned that you've never been in a fight.
Correct.
You stand by that testimony?
Correct.
I'd like you to take a look at a video. It's been marked for, sorry, it's evidence number 86. I'm going to play this short video for you, and then I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Here we go.
Yo, you're Benton's boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up.
Wow.
Pull up, bitch.
Can we have the lights? Did you recognize what was depicted in that video?
Yes.
Who was that?
Me.
Approximately when was that video taken?
Around my sophomore year in high school.
Sophomore year or senior year in high school?
Say around my sophomore year in high school.
Why do you say your sophomore year when you previously, well, let me ask it a different way. Did you previously testify at a different hearing back in July of 2023?
Yes.
You were asked about this video, weren't you?
Yes.
You were asked about another videos at the same time, correct?
Correct.
And in that hearing, you said you believe that was taken closer to your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
And that was under the oath?
Correct.
Same oath that you took here?
Correct.
Closer in time to the events in question, and at that time you said your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
If it was your senior year in high school, what year would that have been?
21, 22, so 2021, 2022.
Going into 2022, correct?
Yeah.
The same year that John O'Keefe passed away.
Correct.
What did you mean by, I'm gonna fuck you up?
That I was going to beat them up?
Actually, you didn't say beat them up. You said, I'm gonna beat your ass, didn't you?
Yes.
That was a threat, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was a threat directed at some other individuals with whom you had some sort of a beef or a problem.
Correct.
And your resolution of that problem is, I'm gonna fuck you up, I'm gonna beat your ass, right?
Correct.
But you've never been in a fight.
Never.
So were you lying then too? That's
Your Honor,
the
with
next
the court's
question.
permission, could we play evidence number 87?
Yes.
Seems weird to hear those threats with Adele going in the background.
Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. Good code, boy, you be knocked out. Hey, yo, bang, bang.
What? May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who was that in that video?
Me.
Was that taken around the same time?
Yes.
You indicated, you're a bitch, bro. Right?
Correct.
Was that a threat?
Or a statement
Yes.
of facts.
More of an insult?
Yeah, more of an insult.
Calling someone out?
Yep.
Making them feel bad?
Yeah.
Prompting them to maybe fight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll ask that question differently, Mr. Jackson.
Also called him a pussy, didn't you?
Correct.
Derogatory comment?
Correct.
And then you said, KO, bang bang, right?
Correct.
What's KO mean?
Knockout.
And what does bang bang mean?
I'm not sure, honestly.
You were just talking about knocking somebody out,
Correct.
and the bang bang just sort of flowed.
Exactly.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
And these threats that we've just talked about, that we've just seen, these are threats of physical violence, right?
Correct.
You're not threatening to hurt their feelings or send them a mean text, right?
No.
You're threatening to kick their ass, right?
Correct.
To get physical, right?
Yes.
To ball up your fists and beat the shit out of them.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Will you answer that, please?
Yeah, can you repeat the question?
Probably shouldn't. You were threatening to ball up your fist and beat the heck out of them.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were threatening to do?
Yes.
When you testified in a separate proceeding in July of 2023, you actually showed up for questioning live, correct?
Yes.
And you showed up at the time in July of 2023 with your knuckles busted up again, didn't you?
Correct.
And you were asked about your knuckles at that time, correct?
Correct.
And that time you said, oh no, I didn't fall down on black ice and slip and break my fall with my knuckles like you said here. You said, oh, I hit a heavy bag and busted my knuckles up on a heavy bag, right?
Correct.
So that heavy bag was you practicing boxing, right?
It was me getting cardio, yes.
Which is in a form of fighting.
In a form, yeah.
Punching a bag.
Yep.
That's how you choose to do your cardio.
Sometimes.
And you're right-handed?
Yes.
And it was your right hand that was busted up.
Correct.
So when you throw your hardest punch, that's with your right hand, isn't it?
I'd say, I'm not sure. I'd say they're equal.
You're equally strong with both hands.
I'd say so.
So in your words, you could fuck somebody up with either hand, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
You answer that.
No, I'm not saying that.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, just before I begin, may we approach?
Okay.
He looks over at the jury. I wonder what they're doing. They're looking at him. Wow. Soap for everybody's mouth. Everybody stick your tongue out. Lick the bar of ivory soap. Because apparently language problems throughout this trial today. Misty Harris, you got here just in time. It's been a little bit spicy. A little spicy. The defense won, I think I would say, a key point in this trial. That is a key point. If they had lost that argument with the judge, that would be extremely detrimental to their case, because now they're saying that somebody else had the opportunity, okay, to have committed the crime, and now they can prove that there is a propensity for violence, which goes to further that there was a possible other explanation for why this happened. And that it doesn't look good for Colin. That this is not going to convict him. I mean, they're not going to press charges on him for this. But in the eyes of the jury, that's not what they need to do. The jury needs to just say, beyond reasonable doubt, did Karen Reed back into John O'Keefe and cause this injury, cause this death? And with this in mind, they might look at that and say, she might have, but it also seems reasonable that maybe Colin did. Maybe this was a physical altercation, and that's what the defense is trying to do. And honestly, why would they not think that? Because the state has spent most of this trial defending against this very allegation. Prosecution said it best. It says there's no evidence in this trial. We haven't seen any evidence in this trial. Yeah, I agree. We have not seen the evidence that we need for a conviction as of yet. It might come. There might be plenty of evidence that will get me past the point of reasonable doubt and say I'd vote to convict. I have not seen it yet. I realize they hid them for months. Obviously, that's the defense's spin on what happened. What we do know is both dad and mom were interviewed, and both of them were asked who all was here that night, and both of them named everybody except for Colin. Oops, we left Colin out. Allison, it's crazy. It's getting worse. It's getting worse, but by the time you get here, you'll know that already. You've got to consider also that the jury comes into this right on the heels of Colin's testimony where he can't remember anything. The simple things like, when's the last time you talked to your best friend? Their credibility for his responses is probably lower on the scale. Let's see how he can rehabilitate his witness here.
Adrian?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, just to be clear, Allie McCabe is not your cousin, correct?
Correct.
She's a friend of yours who you have relatives in common, is that correct?
Correct.
Now,
Second cousin makes it legal, right?
when you and I and other individuals met prior to your testimony in this case, it was just one time, is that correct?
Correct.
And did we talk about something called sequestration?
Not that I remember, no.
Did we talk about having conversations with other witnesses while the case was pending or going on?
No.
Now, you testified when you were asked on cross-examination that you haven't had any conversations with any
That's
other
the wrong
witnesses,
answer.
You haven't watched any coverage, you haven't done any of these things, correct?
Correct.
Was that at my instruction?
No.
Is that something that you've done at any point in time as far as talking to any other witnesses, including your parents?
No.
I just happened to not talk about it. You never told me not to, even though you're supposed to. Sequestration? What's that?
You were asked some questions on cross-examination about your family's relationship sort of with the Proctor family, correct?
Correct.
And taking the Proctor family as it was put as sort of an entity, what I'm going to ask you about is purely about Trooper Michael Proctor. How many times have you seen him in your life?
Maybe 5, 6 times.
And when about would those be, and what would the nature of those interactions be?
Other than when I got interviewed last time with Trooper Proctor and one of his partners, other than that, I didn't see him for years, I want to say, since I was a young kid.
And when you were a young kid, just so we're clear, as far as young, how young is young?
Maybe saw him, I could have seen him at like a football game or something, but other than that, like pretty young, like 12, 11, 13 years old.
And whereabout, or what was the context in which you would have seen him? Was it you and him together, or was it a group setting, family? How would you have come into contact with him?
We've been over the grandmother's house a couple of times, but that's pretty much the only time I would see him.
Now, as far as the photograph that you were shown, as far as a wedding was concerned, you were a ring bearer in that wedding?
Correct.
And that was over 10 years ago, you said?
Yes.
But how old would you have been in that particular photograph or in that particular wedding?
9 or 10.
If I had to guess, 8 or 9 maybe, around there.
Do you have any independent memory of that wedding or anything about that wedding?
None.
Don't do alcohol, kids.
And as far as your family being close, again, sort of the Proctor family as an entity, is your family close with all of the Proctors, or is your family close with Courtney Proctor, or is your family close with Michael Proctor?
Mostly just like my aunt and my mom's friendly with Courtney, I'd say. Not really close with Michael.
We've just been to his grandma's house 5 times or so.
There are some questions about the text messages that were up on the screen yesterday and up on the screen today. As far as sort of gap between January 28th and February, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that there were other means by which you would have communicated with your friend Allie McCabe, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that consistent with, is that only Allie McCabe, or is that consistent with other friends that you would communicate with?
All my friends.
So you would sort of switch between call, text, Snapchat, other apps, things like that?
Exactly.
And the top of that screen was the text messages regarding picking you up from 34 Fairview on January 28th or 29th, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any idea when the last time was? The text before that? Was it days, weeks, months?
Not sure.
That period sort of...
Thank you.
Yeah.
That period of sort of January 28th into February, is that, how would you characterize that? Is that a normal gap between times that you would have text communications with Allie McCabe?
On iMessage, yeah, I would say so, yeah.
And from photographs that you were shown yesterday during your direct examination when I was asking you questions, those were photographs from February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. McCabe was present at the house for your cousin Jack coming home from the Marine Corps as well?
Correct.
So you saw her on February 11th, correct?
Yes.
Now, the other photographs that you were shown today at some sort of bar or establishment, were those taken before or after the time at your uncle's house when your cousin Jack came home from the Marines?
After.
And after by days, weeks, if you know?
Weeks.
Memory's working again. Quick, ask him the important questions.
With regard to questions
the
you were
amnesia
asked
sets
about
back in.
injuries to your hand, those are two separate incidents, one in February when you slipped on ice, is that correct?
Correct.
And one in July when you had struck a heavy bag, correct?
Correct.
And when you struck a heavy bag and got sort of injuries on your hands, were you wearing anything on your hand when you hit the heavy bag?
Nothing. Nope.
Have you received any sort of training in boxing, taking classes, anything like that?
Never.
So it's something you do as part of your workout, correct?
Correct.
I just have the gift.
Correct?
I'd like to say so, yeah.
You played sports in high school, correct?
Yeah.
And at least at the beginning of college, you played sports in college, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were asked about things about that February 26th photo at, I forget, it was Fenway Johnny's, is that where it was?
Correct.
And you were asked about control over the photograph, correct?
Say that again?
You were asked different questions about your control over what you could do or alter with respect to the photograph, correct?
Yes, correct.
Ultimately, though, you were in control about whether or not you were photographed, correct?
Yes.
Nobody forced you to go up and pose with your friends or anything like that?
Nope.
Now, as far as those videos that you were just shown, how old were you?
Around 16, I'd say around 16 years old.
So you believe it was sometime in your sophomore year of high school?
Yes, that's what I believe.
And so that would have been a couple years before your senior year of high school, which you were in January 2022, correct?
Correct.
And this video, as far as, do you recall who you were referencing in those videos?
An Advantage club hockey team.
So a club hockey team, were they about the same age as you?
Yes.
And did you know any of those people?
Nope.
And were they, the club hockey team, was that within the same town as you were?
I'm not sure.
Did you play hockey?
Nope.
At any point in time in high school?
Never.
He just
And
calls out a whole hockey team.
Was this just you sending them videos, or was this some sort of argument or something going back and forth?
It was an argument going back and forth.
So what, if anything, did you or any of your friends receive in regard to from that club hockey team?
We received texts like being name called, like calling pussies and words like that.
So do you recall which came first, as far as the text or the video?
I do not recall.
But similar, the
It might have been a response to my video.
From this club hockey team, were they similar in nature to the videos that you posted?
Correct.
How do you receive texts from people you don't know?
Do you recall what the
How do you have their number?
argument was about with this other group of kids from this club hockey team?
Yeah, it was the girls in our friend group, a couple of the girls in our friend group, like hung out with them a few times. So like all my guy friends got a little salty about it. So that's why we kind of sent videos back and forth.
So you were teenage kids arguing about girls, correct?
Exactly.
And at any point in time, did your friend group and this club hockey team ever meet up at all?
Never.
Any sort of physical altercation or anything like that?
Nope.
And you indicated that you've never really been in a fight except for with your brothers, correct?
Correct.
And when you would get in a fight with your brothers, how old were you then?
Younger, I'd say. Yeah, younger.
Younger, like as young as you were when you were a ring bearer in somebody's wedding?
Yeah.
Now, with regard to John O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived a couple doors down, did you ever threaten John O'Keefe?
Never.
John O'Keefe ever threaten you?
Never.
Did you ever get in an argument about girls?
Nope.
Any animus or any conflict that you can recall ever between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination regarding whether or not you've been thinking about this case for the last 2.5 years. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had not, correct?
Correct, sorry.
And you had indicated in your testimony in response to that questioning, essentially not until people were writing things about you on the internet, correct? Correct. Can you expound upon that? Can you explain to the jury sort of when that occurred and what were the things that were being written about you on the internet?
I'd say about a little over a year it started when people on Twitter, Instagram, social media were just coming at my family, calling us murderers, harassing us, showing up to our doorsteps, our sports games. I mean, we couldn't leave the house without people taking pictures of us, and it's very terrible.
And how long has that gone on for?
The past year and change, a couple months. Past year and a couple months, I'd say.
To be clear, that night that you were at 34 Fairview Road at your uncle's house, January 28th and the 29th, at any point in time did you see John O'Keefe at that house, come into that house, around that house, at any point in time that you were there?
Never.
Nothing further.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Albert, you're all set. I think that piece of paper goes back to Mr. Jackson. Did you leave something on the witness stand?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Matthew McCabe to the stand.
Okay.
Ooh.
Step right up. Watch your step. Yep.
Witness 38.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You take the stand.
It's like, oh, it's a tight fit. It's a tight fit.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jurors?
Matthew McCabe, McCabe.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Be 20 years this coming June.
And during the time that you have lived in Canton, have you lived at the same place or have you lived at different places?
Different places.
So where do you live currently? How long have you lived there?
Currently, I will be 10 years this June.
And where did you live prior to that?
Prior to that, you want the physical address?
Yes.
15 Sutcliffe Ave. I was there for 10 years as well.
And with respect to both locations, who, if anyone, do you live with?
I live with my wife and my 4 daughters.
And what is your wife's name?
Jennifer.
And how long have you and Jennifer McCabe been married?
20.
Get it right.
22, so 23 years in August.
And you have 4 daughters, is that right?
That's correct.
And how old are you?
I'm 49.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, my daughters?
That's okay. Your daughters, how old are your daughters?
20, 18, 16, and 15.
And your oldest daughter is Allie McCabe, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I work for a information technology solutions firm.
And how long have you been doing that?
2009. So I think I'm coming on 15 years.
And does your wife work?
No.
What does your wife do?
Stay at home, raises the kids. Homemaker.
So yes, she does work. That's the answer was yes, she works at home.
To January 28th and to January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes, I do.
Recall what days of the week?
Friday into Saturday.
And did you work that day on the Friday?
Yes, I did.
And at that point, do you recall, were you working in an office or remotely?
I don't recall if that specific day I was in the office. Sometimes I'd go in, sometimes I'd work from home. So I don't recall if I actually was physically in the office. Sometimes I'll go in for a few hours. So I don't recall exactly if I was home or in the office that day.
So regardless, at some point you sort of wrap up work for the day, and where did you go?
Yes, finished up work and met some friends at a restaurant in Canton before my daughter's basketball game.
And so on that evening, your daughter had a basketball game, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And who did she play for at that time?
She played for Canton High School.
Is that the varsity game?
Yes.
And which of your daughters, as far as age is concerned, which of your daughters was playing basketball for Canton High School at that time?
That would be my second oldest, who's...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
My second oldest.
And so you, after work, had met some other people at an establishment in Canton, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you go?
The establishment was called the Canton Junction Pub or Canton Junction. I don't know the full name, but just went by the Junction.
And who, if anyone, did you meet there, just in general?
Handful of folks that play whose daughters play basketball on the same team with my daughter.
So just sort of a group of parents who had kids on the basketball team?
Yes, that's correct.
And was your wife Jennifer there with you at that time as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how long were you at the Junction?
Game 6:30. Give or take hour and a half.
And girls varsity basketball, was there sort of like a typical time that the game would start or a game would be scheduled for?
Yes.
And what time was that, Jennifer?
Typically 6 or 6:30 would be the normal time. I don't remember if it was a 6:30 start that night or actually I think it was a 6:30 start, but typically 6 or 6:30.
So sometime around 6 or 6:30 you make your way over to the high school, is that correct?
That is correct.
And in that, I mean, was this a home game, a road game, if you recall?
That evening it was a home game.
Do you recall anything about the game as far as who they were playing or if they won or anything like that?
Yes, it was, they were playing the town of Foxborough High School, and they did not win. They went into overtime and lost.
Now, with respect to your wife, Jennifer, as the kids were growing up, what if anything, what if any relationship did she have as far as with respect to the kids in basketball?
It's growing as like the youth years. Jennifer was a basketball coach and coached throughout the years. Coached a couple of my daughters.
So she coached, and with respect to the daughter that was playing at the high school game that night, was that one of the daughters that she had coached?
Yes, that's correct.
So fair to assume she had also coached several of the girls that were on the varsity basketball team with your daughter, correct?
Yes, a few of them. Yes.
Now, when you get to Canton High School to the basketball game, is there sort of a typical area where you would sit or people you would congregate with while you're watching the game?
Yes, we'd sit up in the bleachers. Usually the parents from the home side would tend to sit in the same area.
So you sit there, you watch the game, game is over, and then what is sort of the plan from there, or where do you go?
After the game, I drove my younger two daughters back home.
So your whole family was there for the game, is that correct?
My wife and my two younger daughters. My older daughter was there. She wasn't with us, but she was there as well.
She was a student at Canton High School at that time as well?
Yes, she was.
So she's sitting with the other students, is that correct?
Yes, I'm assuming. I don't recall where she sat, but most likely with the other students.
So you drove your two daughters home, and then where did you go from there?
After dropping my daughters off, my wife and I proceeded to the waterfall in Canton Center.
And do you recall what you were just in one vehicle when you left the house and went to the junction and went to the high school game, back to the house and to the waterfall? Was it the same vehicle?
Yes, we were in the same vehicle.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle it was or whose vehicle it was?
It was the family vehicle. It was my wife's vehicle. I don't know, what was it? I don't know if it was a Suburban or a Yukon. I forget which one, what brand it was.
Some kind of SUV? Is it?
Yes, a large SUV.
And why did you go to the waterfall?
We went to the waterfall. My wife informed me that her sister was at the waterfall with her niece and a few other people, and we went to go meet them. My understanding, it was my nephew's birthday, either that day or the day after, and they were going to meet out at the waterfall for his birthday.
And just to be clear, as far as who we're talking about, your wife's sister, what's her name?
Nicole Albert.
And is Nicole married?
Yes, she is.
And what's her husband's name?
Brian Albert.
And the niece that you're talking about that was out there with your sister-in-law, what's her name?
Her name is Caitlin Albert.
And the nephew of yours whose birthday it was or was going to be, what's his name?
His name is Brian as well.
So essentially Brian Albert Jr., even if he's not.
Yes, I believe he's a junior, yes.
Now, with regard to the basketball parents and the other people that you had been with at the junction and then at the game, what, if any, communication was there amongst sort of the basketball parents that evening or any other?
Yes, so we had a group text with the basketball parents, a handful of us, where after some of the games we would meet up afterwards. This evening, I know Jen or I sent a text out saying where we were going, because we were obviously meeting her sister, and a few of the parents responded where they were going. We kind of split up, except for one couple decided to meet us at the waterfall out of that group text.
And the couple that decided to meet you at the waterfall, who were they?
That would be Nick and Karina Kolakisis.
When you arrive at the waterfall, you and your wife, do you recall where it was that you parked in relation to the waterfall?
Yes. If you're looking at the front door of the waterfall, we were parked in the parking lot down the left.
And the waterfall sort of shares its parking lot or its establishment with the condo complex, is that correct?
That is correct.
So you parked somewhere in that parking lot?
Correct. I parked in the parking lot, yes.
And when you came into the waterfall, who, if anyone, did you see there, and where did you go?
When we walked into the waterfall, we identified where Jen's sister and their party was sitting.
And where were they sitting in relation to the waterfall?
When you walk in the front door, I believe there's 3 long tables that are set up. They were in the third table, long table closest to the bar. Across from, there was also a band. They were right across from a little band.
There was a live band there as well?
Yes, there was.
Now, prior to you and your wife entering into the waterfall, you recall what, if anything, you did, or who, if anyone, you were talking to in the parking lot?
Yes, on the car ride from my house to the waterfall, and while I was in the parking lot, I was talking to a friend of mine on the phone.
And do you recall just generally what the conversation was about?
Yes, I do.
And what was it about?
It was about my daughter, my oldest daughter, Allie, who we mentioned. It was about her hockey team and her hockey coach. I was talking to one of the hockey coaches.
And when you were talking to this person, this is inside the car, is that correct?
That is correct.
And despite it being sort of your wife's car, was your phone hooked up to the speakers? Did you have a Bluetooth or anything like that?
I don't know if I connected mine to the Bluetooth or not. I don't recall if I was connected to the Bluetooth. not. I know my phone connects, so possibly. I don't know for sure if it was 100% connected that evening.
Now, with respect to it being your wife's car, is there, when both of you are in the car, is there sort of a default as to which of your phones would connect to the Bluetooth, yours versus hers?
If look at it that way, it would be my wife's because it was her car.
So the car would probably recognize her device over your device, correct?
That is correct.
Now,
actually, I started the call definitely on my phone because my kids were in. I was on the call for a while, so I think I had my kids still in the car when I was dropping them off. So I wouldn't have them listening to the call. So I must have been on, again, I don't remember, but I must have been listening on my, holding it in my hand.
And when you come into the waterfall, do you recall about what time that was?
I did 9 o'clock, give or take a couple minutes.
And again, you come over to a table closest to the bar, and who's in the group when you get there?
When we arrived, it was Nicole, Caitlin, Caitlin's boyfriend Tristan, Chris Albert, and Julie Albert. We were also joined by Nick Kolakisas, who I mentioned. I just don't remember if Nick was already in or if Nick walked in right after me, but Nick and I, we got there similar times. I just don't know if he was already sitting in the bar or standing there when I walked in, or if he came in right after. Oh, and Jen, obviously.
And to be clear, people that were with you at this high top table in this sort of group, either them that you're talking about or throughout the course of the evening, these were people that were either sort of family or friends of yours or your wife's?
Oh, yes, that's correct. Yeah, family and friends, correct.
And so whether or not you and Mr. Kolakithas came in at the same time or slightly staggered, at some point he came in as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect, obviously you were out and you were at a bar, correct?
Yes.
And from what you recall, you were drinking and most, if not all, of the other people were drinking as well?
Yes, yeah, everybody at the table, to my recollection, was drinking.
And do you recall specifically what you were drinking on that night?
I do.
And what were you drinking?
I was drinking vodka with water and a splash of Crystal Light.
And is that something that you would normally drink?
No.
And why were you drinking that on that?
I was in a diet competition with other people in the town, so I was trying to stay away from any beer, which would be what I typically would drink.
And as far as your observations of the other people there throughout the course of the night, did you note anyone in your group, either at that time or subsequent in the night, to be sort of overly intoxicated or drunk or anything like that?
No.
And as far as the other people in your group, as far as drinking was concerned, at that time or any time later in the night, was their drinking sort of commensurate with the amount that you were drinking?
I wasn't paying attention to see who was drinking, how much they were drinking. You know, I don't even know how many I had. Maybe at least 3, maybe 5. You know, I don't know for sure. You know, but give or take something there. But again, I wasn't paying attention to see if anybody was drinking faster than somebody else or et cetera.
And in that sense, sort of how long were you at the waterfall that night?
Got there at 9 and left a little after 12, so a little over 3 hours.
So roughly 9 o'clock to about midnight or so, correct?
Yes, a little. I recall leaving a little after midnight, correct.
Now, the initial group that you walked over to around the time that you got there, did that group expand or contract? Did people come or leave? Or can you explain sort of the order of that over the course of the evening?
Yes. Shortly after we settled in, Nick's wife showed up. Could have been 15, 20 minutes. I don't remember the exact time, but Nick's wife, Karina, came. And Give or take 45 minutes, an hour after that, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins showed up. And around 11-ish, give or take, I don't know the exact time, Karen Reed and John O'Keefe showed up as well.
Let me ask you a little bit about some of those other, but let me ask first about, as far as Caitlin's boyfriend, Mr. Morris, how long was he there that night?
I don't recall how long he was there. I do know he left. He had mentioned something about working that evening. There was obviously a snowstorm coming in that evening, and he had mentioned that he was going to go home for a little bit before he had to go out and, I don't know if he was plowing or shoveling or doing something, but he was going to be going out that evening to plow, I believe.
And Christopher Albert and Brian Albert, they're brothers, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Christopher Albert's wife is Julie Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And she is also friends with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes.
And been so for years, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, they've been friends for years.
Now, you mentioned someone by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know Brian Higgins prior to that evening?
Yes.
I mean, how did you know him?
I had met Brian a few times, social settings. I recall meeting him at the Junction one evening. I believe I met him at a graduation party. I don't know how many times I met Brian, but I met him maybe 3, 4 times. I don't know exactly how many. So I knew who he was.
You knew who he was as far as he was friends or friendly with your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And that's how you knew him, was through Brian Albert?
Yes.
And do you know where Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins had been prior to them coming to the waterfall?
Yes, I was informed that they were in New York, coming back from New York from a funeral of a New York police officer.
And both of them, as far as you knew, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins, they were in law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that at some point around 11 or so, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed came into the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, when you speak of Karen Reed, that's someone that you had met prior to this evening as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And clarity purposes, for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or not a closed clothing?
She is seated at the table with her attorneys. You want me to describe her clothing?
If you could.
Black, I don't know, sweater, I'm not sure, dress.
Just as a record reflect identification and by the way.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe first, how was it that you knew Mr. O'Keefe?
I've met John O'Keefe when he started to be the caretaker for his niece and nephew after their parents had passed.
And specifically, you're referring to Patrick and Kaylee Furbush, is that correct?
That is correct.
So their mother and father tragically passed away, and Mr. O'Keefe then became their guardian, correct?
That is correct.
And when you met Mr. O'Keefe, is that when you were living at the house on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And where was that house in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe initially lived with his niece and nephew?
A couple hundred yards. 2 different streets. It's a neighborhood with multiple streets. My house was on Sutcliffe. Drive down Sutcliffe, maybe pass 1, 2, 3, 4 houses. Took a right, and that was John. That was the street that the kids lived on, maybe 4 houses up on the right.
But their neighborhoods was only 1 street?
And with reference to, you mentioned that you had 4 daughters, is that correct?
Yes.
And were any of your daughters around the same age as John's niece, Kaylee?
Yes, my 3rd daughter is the same age, same grade as Kaylee.
And about this time that John had moved in his house, close to the house you were living on Sutcliffe, about how old was your daughter and his niece, Kaylee?
Ooh, I believe it was kindergarten. How old would you be in kindergarten? 7? I don't know.
I think kindergarten suffices. So fair to say they were very young, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to the kids, what, if any, beyond sort of being neighbors, what, if any, relationship did either you or your wife have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and specifically his niece and nephew?
I'm sorry. Just the
Very
door.
long
I
question.
was trying
Let me see.
No, the door was shaking, so I couldn't hear the end of it.
So around that time that Mr. O'Keefe moved in with his niece and nephew and took over guardianship of them,
Yes.
what, if any, relationship beyond being neighbors did yourself and or your wife have with respect to Mr. O'Keefe and the kids?
Oh, yeah, we had a good relationship, especially my wife. She was having the kids the same age, Kaylee, and my daughter. She was very involved with helping him out, whether it's rides to various events. Throughout those years, I'd also coached Kaylee myself a couple times in soccer, and my wife also coached her in basketball. So play dates, things of that nature. Various times would go out with John, or he would meet up somewhere where we were. So a friendly relationship where, John was, in essence, acting as a mother and a father. And so he'd do a lot of communicating through my wife in regards to needing help and things of that nature.
And in particular, his niece Kaylee and your daughter, who was around the same age, were they friends?
Yes, they were friends.
And about how close were they, particularly around that younger age?
They were very close in the young age. Kaylee would spend a lot of time at our house, spend a lot of time sleeping over. So they were very close.
And Kaylee in particular, was she, how close was she with your wife, Jennifer?
Kaylee was close with Jen. Kaylee was mature, well beyond the other girls in regards to she was bright, and she was very articulate, so she could have conversations with the adults much better than the other kids. Having 4 girls, she was a bright kid.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe and the kids moved from that house, and you also moved from the house on Sutcliffe, correct?
That is correct.
And do you recall the order of that? Was it you that moved first, or they that moved first?
I'm pretty sure I moved first. Yes.
And about how far away from the house on Sutcliffe was your new house?
It's right up the street, driving in a car, 2 minutes. I don't know, mile and a half. I'm not sure the exact distance, but not far away.
And where did John and the kids move?
They moved a little further away from, they're probably a couple miles away, 2.5, 3 miles. I don't know the exact distance. Not far. That side of town, everything's fairly close.
And specifically, they moved to a house on Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the nature of your relationship, or you and your wife's relationship with John and the kids and your daughter and Kaylee, did that sort of continue throughout after each of you moved from the original neighborhood?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, when was it that you first met her?
It's COVID 2020. We met her summertime of, I think it was the COVID year. I think it was 2020, summer.
Can you recall the circumstances of that, or how you came to meet her at that time?
Yes, I do.
And could you explain to the jury what were the circumstances? Where did you meet her?
John had reached out to my wife, Jen. It was on a Saturday. I don't know if they connected that Saturday or the Friday, but they connected. John asked if he could come by the house with the kids. We have a pool, so he wanted to come by with the kids swimming and wanted to introduce Karen to us. Specifically wanted to introduce Karen to my wife, Jen.
You know why that was?
Yes, because they were dating, and he informed my wife that Karen had MS, and my wife has MS. So he thought it'd be good for the two of them to get to know each other, could have conversations with each other, obviously both suffering from MS.
how long has your wife suffered from MS?
I'm going to say, I think she's been suffering for a while, but I'm going to say her diagnosis, maybe 9 years. I don't remember the exact date. I'm going to say about 9 years.
And so, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, the defendant, and the two children came over the house that day, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how often did you see Ms. Reed from that summer of 2020 until about the time of January 2022?
I would see her. There was a couple other times that John and Karen came by the house with the kids, and also see her at sporting events, whether it was soccer, whether it was basketball. Would see her at events, whether it's practices, picking somebody up. I would see Karen around.
And as far as you knew, or what, if anything, let me ask you this. As far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, is someone he was dating or what was going on with someone he was dating's relationship, is that the kind of thing that the two of you would discuss?
You're asking John and I, if he would, no, John and I don't recall ever having any conversations about his relationships with me directly.
And that applies to the defendant, Ms. Reed, or applies to any other relationship you had while the two of you were friends, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention back to the waterfall on the evening of the 28th, when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come in, where is it that they went in relation to the group at the high top when they first came in?
They came in and immediately made contact with us, walked right over to our table.
And when they came over to the table, what if anything happened when they came over to the table?
Shaking hands, hugging. How you guys doing? Good to see you. Typical meet and greet when you see somebody that you're friends with.
And if you recall, was there a particular sort of side of the table, or where were you situated in relation to the table, and who, if anyone, was situated around you?
Yes, if I was to be looking at the table, long table, I spent most of the time at the end of the table, kind of in the corner on the right side. Nick Kolakisis was right next to me. There was a wall. It's kind of thin. The table ends. There's a little space and there's a wall. Nick was there. I was there. Jen, Karina were on this side most of the time. Brian and Brian were on the opposite side of the table, my recollection. I mean, there was obviously some movement around, but I spent most of the time, again, if the table's coming across, standing on the end. I did sit down for a little bit, if I recall, but definitely on the edge of the long table.
Is it fair to say the Kolakithises didn't really know anybody at the table besides yourself and your wife?
Fair to say. They obviously knew who John was. They have a daughter as well, the same age as Kaylee. I don't know if they hung out with them, but fair to say that obviously it was my family and was there, Jen's family. So yes, I'd say in general, correct. You get water.
Now, sir, if I could ask, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything about what he was wearing that night?
I recall a baseball cap, and he tends to brim it over a little bit, and shirt and jeans. I don't know exactly what he was wearing.
Do you recall seeing him at any point in time with any kind of winter coat or heavy coat or anything like that?
Not that I recall. If he had one on, he had one on. I don't recall it.
And as far as his person, his features, what you could see, what, if any, injuries did you observe on him at that time?
I did not see any injuries.
And do you recall what John was drinking that night?
I believe he was drinking Bud Light beer.
Is that pretty typical for him?
Majority of times I saw John, yes, he was drinking Bud Light. I do recall when he came to my house for that first meet, he was drinking Bud Light Limes, which I thought was interesting, but it was at a pool. And maybe it was a summer drink for him, I'm not sure.
Fair enough.
I think I gave him a hard time.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed that night, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking or have?
She was drinking a clear liquid. I just assumed it was a vodka soda or vodka something.
And as far as the absent the Crystal Light, which I'll leave that alone for now, but absent the Crystal Light, was it similar to the drink that you were having that night?
Yes, could have been vodka water. Exactly, I don't know.
Now, do you know where the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, do you know where they had come from prior to coming into the waterfall?
John had said they were came over from across the street from CF McCarthy's.
Now, let me ask you, as far as you were going to the waterfall, or your understanding was that it was your nephew, Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
And was he at the waterfall any time that you were there?
No.
And at some point, did you learn where he was?
Yes, I learned he was still home.
And was there any conversation, or do you know why he was still home?
My understanding is I thought we were waiting for him. He never showed up. My understanding was he chose to stay home. I had a couple friends over the house.
Now, from the time that you were in the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of sort of the group at large?
Everybody was just having a good time, hanging out, socializing, talking. As I said, there was a live band playing for a little bit, and just a normal evening.
And as far as the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe were concerned, from what you could see or your observations, was there any sort of fighting or arguing or anything like that that you observed between the two of them over the course of the evening at the waterfall?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall sometime after midnight, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And before we get to that, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, did you have occasion to have conversation with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And would that be both?
Yes.
And starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, conversation, generally speaking, do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe that evening?
I believe that night I think that night he was out because Kaylee, maybe they just got the acceptance from Kaylee. He was excited about her acceptance to, what's the school? Bishop Fian, a local high school.
And that was something that you were aware of that you had applied for to get into that school, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversations you recall in regard to her?
Normal conversation. She, hi, how you doing? Good to see you. She made a reference to myself asking how Jen and I do it. And I said, she was talking about with the 4 girls. How do we do it? How do you raise the 4 girls? You guys look happy. And I actually joked to her. I said, well, we're at a bar. Considering, it's obviously any marriage will tell you have your ups and downs. But brief, conversational, nothing of any substance. Just good to see you.
Now, this time that you're talking about that you're leaving shortly after midnight, is that around the time that sort of the bar was winding down for the evening?
Yes.
And the band that had been playing before, were they still playing, or had they?
No, they had stopped earlier, before 12. I don't remember the exact time, but they definitely stopped earlier. there were some people there, but our table was definitely the last table to wrap it up. Well, some people left before me, but the band was packing up packing up all their equipment.
And so in that vein, if you recall, can you tell the jury sort of the order of people from your group and when they left and things of that nature?
Yes. So Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Nicole were packed up, leaving before us. Then my wife, Karen, Karina, John and Chris, they started leaving before us. I think John was delayed, but they walked out, and Nick and I were the last two at the table. I recall us picking up some of the empty glasses and beer bottles, and because I said the bar was right behind us, so I recall picking up
John and Chris,
the glasses and some of the bottles and bring them to the bar, as well as a couple of the members of the band were sitting on the edge of the bar, and just some brief conversation with them. Good job, guys coming back, things of that nature. And then Nick and I walked out.
Who's John and
Chris? Over the course of the evening at the waterfall, while you were there, what, if any, conversation was had amongst the group in regard to any plans or where to next, or where people were going after the waterfall?
Yes. As mentioned, we thought we were going to meet my nephew. He didn't come out. We found out he had a few friends at the house. When Brian and Nicole were leaving, they had mentioned that Brian was at the house with a couple friends, and we were welcome to come back and have a celebratory drink for his birthday. So he had extended an invite to the table. Like, hey, who's ever around, wants to come back, you're welcome.
So that was sort of extended to the entirety of the group, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so what was your understanding, at least as far as your plan, you and your wife, Jennifer, when you were leaving the waterfall?
That we'd be stopping by Brian and Nicole's house.
And so prior to that discussion regarding stopping by your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house, what, if any, discussion was there in regard to your to his brother Christopher Albert? Let me ask you, what, if any, other discussion other than going to your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house was there at the table in regard to places to go after?
Yes. There was discussion about going to D&E Pizza. That's a pizza sub shop that Chris Albert owns in Canton Center, which is, 100 yards, whatever, across the street from the waterfall.
And can you describe sort of what was the substance of that discussion and who was involved in that discussion?
Yes, the discussion is we've done that in the past where we've wrapped up for the night. We've gone over there and turned the ovens on and have made some pizza. In this particular instance, Karen had asked if we could do that. She wanted to go to D&E. She wanted to make pizza. Chris and I were adamant that we were not going to D&E because we were on this diet and we were not going to go subject ourselves to late night pizza. So we said no, we're not going to D&E. Though we had conversations. Karen wanted to go, but we kept saying no, we're not going to go.
When you say you kept saying, was that something that the defendant raised once or more than once?
More than once.
Now, when you leave, you and Mr. Kolokitis, and you walk out of the waterfall, you go over to your car in the parking lot, is that right?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
And again, by your car, I mean your wife Jennifer's car, is that right?
Yes.
And where was she in relation to the car when you get there?
She was already in the car.
So let me ask you about as far as where was she seated within the car?
Oh, sorry. She was in the driver's seat.
So you get in the front passenger side, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you get into the car, what, if any, communication did you become aware of between your wife and Mr. O'Keefe?
When I got into the vehicle, my wife received a text from John, and it said, "Where to?" I think he was looking for the address. I told my wife we were starting to drive out of the parking lot. I told her just call him instead of texting him back.
So rather than text while she's driving, you advise her just call him back?
Correct.
And did she call him?
She did.
And with respect to that Bluetooth that we were discussing earlier within the car, this call from your wife Jennifer to John O'Keefe, was that using the Bluetooth technology?
I'm assuming it was. I don't recall, but I knew he was on the phone asking what the address was.
Let me ask you this. Could you hear both sides of the conversation?
I could hear him, yes.
So you heard your wife talking and you heard John talking, correct?
Yes.
And as far as that communication with reference to where to or where to go or the address, you described to the jury sort of what that conversation consisted of.
Conversation was the address, 34 Fairview, and I actually was definitely mumbling stuff from my seat saying, come out, take a right, take a left on Sherman, and 34 Fairview. And that was that initial call, was just giving him the address and telling him to Sherman's easiest way.
And so when you say that initial call, was there a subsequent call while you were still en route to 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was a call a few minutes later. Somehow, I don't know why, but somehow they didn't know where the house was. I recall, again, my assumption would be they had come from Sherman, from Chapman Street. My wife referenced a friend of Kaylee's who lives off of Fairview. And we said, well, you know where this child lives? He said, yes. Okay, drive past her street and the house will come up on the left.
And the friend of Kaylee's, what was her name?
Her name is Bella.
So someone, do you recall whether it was you or your wife that made reference to Bella's house?
I think we both did. I think I said it, and then I think my wife repeated it.
And that was someone, the Bella child was someone who was friends with both your daughter and with Kaylee, is that correct?
Yes.
Around the same age?
Exact, same age, same grade.
Now, when you were talking on this second conversation, again, you could hear both sides of the conversation, is that right?
That's correct.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's side of the conversation, what, if anything, did he say as far as who was coming or who he was with at the time?
He didn't make any reference to, you're asking if he made reference of anybody else? Is that what you're asking?
What I'm asking is when he was saying as far as looking for the house, was he?
Oh, we're on our way. Okay, great, we're on our way.
And from, obviously, the earlier interaction that you had with him and him saying we, who did you infer that we to be?
Karen.
And at any point in time during the conversation that you had where you were hearing both sides, did you hear Miss Reed in the background at any point?
I do not recall hearing Miss Reed, no.
Now, about how far a drive is it, how long a drive is it, roughly from the waterfall to 34 Fairview?
The way I would go, 4 minutes, give or take, 5 minutes. There's multiple ways, but depends on how you go, I guess.
And the way that you go, as far as what you're talking about, is that your recollection of how or where your wife drove that night?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you arrive at the house, where did your wife park the vehicle in relation to the house?
She pulled the vehicle into the driveway.
And you're obviously familiar with the address or the residence at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, I am.
Been there several times before this evening?
Yes, I have.
And essentially, there's 2 garage doors on the house. There's one on the left, one on the right. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not your wife parked on the left side of the driveway or the right side of the driveway?
I believe it was the left, but the driveway is fairly wide. It kind of widens out, not just the 2 doors. So I don't know if she was right on the left where the walkway is, or if she was, one kind of more in the middle, because that driveway you could pull up even on the right of her, but somewhere, I don't know exactly, but She pulled into the driveway.
So she pulls in the driveway, she parks, you guys go in the house, correct?
Yes.
When you get inside the house, who, if anyone, do you observe there?
When we entered the house, we observed Caitlin, Brian Jr. Brian had two friends there, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert Sr.
And where in
Did I
the
say
house-
Nicole? Nicole, I don't know if I said Nicole.
And where in the house were they situated?
When I recall, everybody was congregated in when you walk in the front door, to your right, there's a table, and then there's an open floor where it goes right to the kitchen and the room with the table. They just flow into each other. So people are surrounding either the island in the kitchen and or the table area.
And from your recollection, is that essentially where people mainly congregated throughout the course of the night that you were there?
Yes.
And about how long a period of time were you there at 34 Fairview that night? Excuse me.
Got there, I'd say a little over an hour. No, got there about 12:20-ish. Left 1:40, 1:45, I don't know the exact time, 1:40, 1:45-ish. So,
You got there somewhere closer to 12:30 and you left somewhere closer to about 1:45, 2 a.m., is that correct?
got there about 12:20, give or take, and then, yeah, left about 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the specific time, but somewhere around there.
And similar to the question I asked you about the waterfall, as far as how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group in the house when you got there?
Everybody was hanging out. I know Julie was excited. We just showed up. Good to see us. Brian, excited that we came by. Normal.
So, fair to say no tension, no arguments, nothing like that while you were at the house?
No.
And do you recall sort of what you were doing while you were at the house, or what the group was doing?
It kind of hanging out, talking, sitting around the table, engaging. Music was on. Just having a good time, just hanging out, talking, enjoying each other's company. I do recall my wife put on a foolish video that she wanted to show the kids at the table. But other than that, just socially hanging out with each other.
A foolish video?
The foolish video that you're talking about, do you recall what that was?
Yes.
And can you describe that to the jury?
It was a video for the song It's Raining Men.
And do you recall, generally speaking, what was in the video, or why it was a foolish video as you described it?
Well, it's in the family, it's one of Jen's sisters had put on a show before with an umbrella. So at some point, my wife came across this video, and it was people just dancing around. So she was showing my niece and my nephew and the friends the video so they could see, we're kind of picking on my sister-in-law.
She put on a show with an umbrella?
And
like a fan
you
dance?
have another nephew by the name of...
I'm not thinking Singing in the Rain.
I'm sorry. Are you familiar, you mentioned that earlier at the waterfall there was Christopher and Julie Albert, is that right?
Yes.
Familiar with them, your wife is friends with Julie, correct?
Yes.
And you know their children as well, is that right?
Yes, I do.
And specifically, you know their middle child, Colin?
Yes.
And at any point in time in the evening when you were there at 34 Fairview Road, was Colin Albert there at any point?
No, he was not.
You didn't see him that night at all?
Never saw him.
And obviously, you know your oldest daughter, Allie, correct?
Yes, I do.
And at any point in time when you were at 34 Fairview, did you see her or vehicle or anything? Did you have any knowledge that your daughter, Allie, was there at the time that you were there?
No, she was not.
She wasn't there, you didn't see her there, you didn't know if she had been there before you or anything like that?
Correct. Correct.
Now, turning back into the house, as far as the group that you were with, was there any point in time that anyone from that group left that sort of general area of the dining room and the kitchen that you recall?
We were in that room. There's a room right next to the kitchen with the doorway that you can walk through. I was seated at the table, but you could walk through the doorway. You know, I know Julie Nagel went into that room because she was looking out the door. Other people could have walked in and out of that room. It's right there, right next to us.
At any point in time over the course of that evening, did you see anybody sort of go upstairs or downstairs to the basement or anywhere else but that general area of those 3 rooms in the home?
I did not see anybody.
Now, at some point, you mentioned that Julie Nagel was looking outside for something. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
How long was that in reference to after you arrived and then when that happened?
Again, I don't know the exact time. I'm going to say could have been 3 minutes, could have been 5 minutes, somewhere in that vicinity. We arrived, said hello, good to see everybody, and shortly after, she had mentioned that her brother was there to pick her up.
Now, as far as the Levinson and Miss Nagel, they were friends of your nephew, Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
That's correct.
And did you know them at all at that time, you know, when you arrived there on the 28th?
Miss Levinson, I did not know. First time I met her. I definitely had met Julie before. She had, Brian and her hang out. So I definitely met her. I think she's been to I don't know if it was previous to this or after this, but Julie has, helped my nephew Brian, when we go on vacation. We have a dog, and Brian would usually be the go-to to, let the dog out, et cetera. And I know Julie has helped him. I just don't know if that was previous to that or after. But I definitely met Julie before, yes.
So you had met her before, but essentially met her as a friend of your nephew's, correct?
Yes.
Not someone that you knew particularly well, is that fair to say?
Correct. Didn't know her well.
So after about 3 to 5 minutes or so after you arrived, you observed Ms. Nagel looking outside, correct?
Yes, she was going out the door, correct.
And do you know why she was going out the door?
She said her brother was there to pick her up, but she didn't want to leave.
And at any point in time, did either yourself or your wife extend an offer to either Ms. Nagel or Ms. Levinson or both in regard to getting home?
Yes. My wife informed them that if they wanted to stay because we just got there, we would be more than willing to drive them home.
And fair to say at this point in time, you didn't even know where Ms. Levinson or Ms. Nagel lived, is that correct?
No idea.
You didn't really know what you signed up for as far as driving them home, is that correct?
Oh, well, Canton's not that big of a town, so I wasn't too scared. But yeah, I didn't know exactly where they live. I knew they were from Canton.
Now, at some point when Ms. Nagel goes outside, what, if anything, drew your attention to the outside of the house?
When she went outside, or when she was opening the door, her or somebody referenced that there was another vehicle out front.
And so, upon hearing that, where did you go?
Upon hearing that, we just assumed that was obviously John and Karen. So I don't recall if I looked out the window first or looked out the door first, but I looked out to see the other vehicle out in front of the house.
And just to be clear, when you say window and when you say door, like which window and which door?
Well, I was sitting at the table, and right behind me is a window. Or if I stood up and took 5 steps, there's the front door of the house. So again.
In addition to sort of the regular front door, is there like a storm door or something that you would have been able to see through? Is that?
That would be the front door. I would call the storm door. That yes, I could see out the front. There's another door. If you're looking at the house, is your front door, windows, and then there's another door. Julie looked out or went out through that door. I either looked out the window or walked over to the front door, which would be the opposite door.
But regardless if you looked out the window or you looked out the storm door at the front door, when you looked out, what if anything, did you see?
I noticed the big SUV parked in front of the house.
And do you know what color the SUV was?
At the time, it was dark. I didn't know if it was a black SUV, a dark green, or dark blue, but it was a dark SUV.
And at the time, were you familiar with either or both of the vehicles of Mr. O'Keefe and or the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Yes, I knew Karen drove a dark SUV. I didn't know the make and model. I just knew she drove a dark SUV. I'd seen it at pickup and things of that nature.
And did you know what kind of vehicle that Mr. O'Keefe drove around that time?
I think he had a smaller SUV. I don't remember the make.
Do you remember what
He
color
had
it
a.
was?
You know what? I don't remember the color of his SUV. He had another car too that he drove around. I remember that. But that's about it.
And when you're looking out from either the window or the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to the house?
If you came out that front door, pretty much right in front of the house, parked in front of the house.
Now, you mentioned that Ms. Nagel had left the house through the other door and gone outside, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you looked out, could you see Ms. Nagel or where she had gone?
No, there was another vehicle, again, coming out the front door. If you go to the left, there's a driveway. There was another vehicle over there. I don't know if it was on the street facing this way, if it was pulled in. I just looked out the front door and noticed the car to be like, oh, that's John. That was my focus. I didn't look for Julie.
As far as the other vehicle, did you observe at least enough to know whether or not it was behind the dark SUV, in front of the dark SUV, or something else?
Yeah, it was to the left. It was equivalent to where the driveway was. And then after the end of the driveway, there was a Jeep. And after the Jeep was the SUV, the dark SUV.
And with respect to, just from your perspective, you're looking out, so the driveway would have been to your left, is that right?
Correct.
Are you familiar with any other sort of like landmarks or anything else in the front yard area of your brother-in-law's house?
Yes. So you look out, the driveway's to the left. If you look to the right, there is an island of like maybe rhododendrons, something, bushes. There's a flagpole. Right there, there's a utility. I believe it's a green utility box. I'm assuming it's utility, kind of on the edge. There's a fire hydrant. All that stuff was to the right side of the, looking out the front door.
Now, after you look out this initial time and you see this dark SUV sort of right in front of the door, was that the only time that you looked out, or did you look out on subsequent occasions?
Nope. I looked out again because it'd been a few minutes. Again, 2, 3, 4 minutes. I'm not sure how long, but it'd been a few minutes, and we thought it was weird they hadn't come into the house. Looked out and saw the SUV again.
And when you looked out for the second time, where was the SUV in relation to where it was the first time?
The SUV had moved up the road from the front of the house. It went from spot A to spot B. Now is further up, more in sync of where the again the flagpole, the utility box, the fire, more in sync with that. It had moved up the road. Thought it was weird that they hadn't come in.
Now, as far as the times that you're looking out, did you happen to make any note of sort of, let me ask you this, taking you back to the waterfall just for a second. When you were driving, or your wife was driving from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what was the weather doing?
The snow had started to fall.
And at that initial time that you're going from the waterfall to Fairview Roads, was it sticking to the pavement or anything at that point?
I believe there was a dusting. It was definitely falling. I don't think it was on like the main roads, but definitely a dusting of snow was falling. Correct.
And from that time after you arrived at the house and shortly thereafter when you observed this dark SUV out in front of the house, had that changed at all as far as the accumulation or sticking to the pavement, roadway, grass, anything like that that you saw?
Yes. At some point, at least on their road in their grass, you could see the snow had started to, it definitely was sticking on that road.
Now, you observe it initially in front of the door, then about 3 or 4 minutes later, you observe it further up towards the flagpole, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And each of these times, you're not just standing at the door or standing at the window, staring out the entire time, correct?
No, just looking out, being like, what the hell are they doing? And going back to my seat.
And other than those 2 times that you've already testified about, was there any subsequent times after that?
Yes, I definitely looked out a third time out the door.
And the third time that you looked out the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to where it had been the second time?
It had now proceeded further up the road, past the flagpole, past the utility box, past the fire hydrant, more in line with, between the yards, I believe there's bushes and trees that separate the Alberts residence to the next residence. So it was actually past the Alberts residence and a little further up, I'd say more on the edge of the property line of the, if you're looking out of the neighbors to their right, if I'm looking out of their house.
Now, this distance between the second time that you saw it and the third time that you saw it, do you have any idea about how much distance that was or how many feet?
Hey, I'd be guessing 30, 40 feet. I don't know. I have no idea. I'd have to measure it.
Now, with respect to the snow that had fallen on the ground, as far as the vehicle was concerned, it moves from one point to the second point to the third point. Do you observe any sort of tire marks or anything in the snow out on the road when you looked out?
Yes, I did.
And the tire marks that you observed, did they essentially lead up to the back tires of the dark SUV that you saw out there?
At some point, I looked out and noticed tire marks that would have started before the Jeep. So if the Jeep was here, so where it's just a weird, like a wave. It was a weird wave in the road. You could see the tire marks.
And was that before or after? So at some point, Ms. Nagel goes out to some other vehicle and then comes back inside the house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You know about how long she was outside of the house for?
I'd be guessing a minute. I'm not sure.
Just not terribly long time?
No, not at all.
And so the time that you observed this sort of abnormality in the tire marks that you see out there, was that before or after she had come back inside the house?
That would have been after.
So you don't know if that was from the dark SUV or whatever vehicle she had met? You have no idea?
Objection.
No. Can you answer that? Well, the form of the question, it's sustained then.
Do you know which vehicle left those abnormal tire marks you saw?
Based off of where the tire marks were, they came off the curb, I would have, my assumption was it was the SUV.
I withdraw.
Okay.
I heard the answer, I withdraw.
Okay.
But you don't know, correct?
No, I didn't see the no.
And that was my next point. As far as when you saw the vehicle, as far as each of those 3 times, it was stationary each time you saw it, correct?
The first 2 times, definitely stationary. The third time looked stationary. If it was going a half mile per hour, I'm not sure, but it was further up the road. It looked to me it was stationary, but like I said, if for some reason it was moving, it could have been moving. But
now, each time that you saw the vehicle, was it in the same sort of position with respect to the house? By that I mean, as far as was it on the Alberts, was it on the 34 Fairview side of the road or the other side, or where was it positioned with respect to the roadway?
yes, same position, parked parallel to the Alberts house, heading forward as if you were going to leave Fairview to head up to Chapman Street, heading away from the house.
And so each time that you observed the vehicle, you were looking at sort of the passenger side of that vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
And at any point in time, either of these 3 occasions that you observed the vehicle, did you see anybody outside of it?
I did not.
Did you see any footprints around the vehicle or leading away from the vehicle or across the yard or anything like that?
I did not.
And were you able to see inside of the vehicle from where you were, either from the window or from the storm door or the front door?
I could not, or I did not see anything inside.
And further to that point, at any point in time that you observe this vehicle in front of the house, you see any sort of interior lights on inside the vehicle?
Not that I noticed.
Now, you saw it at point 1, point 2, point 3. Were there any other times that you looked outside?
I'm assuming I looked out because at some point the vehicle was gone. So I must have looked out one more time because there was no vehicle there anymore. And again, I don't know if I just peeked out the window and said, oh, they left. Again, we didn't know where they were.
And do you know whether or not there had been any attempt at communication by anyone in the house to Mr. O'Keefe at any point?
Yes.
And who was doing that?
My wife was trying to communicate with John, let him know that he's here.
Objection.
I'm going to let that stand.
And at any point, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Ms. McCabe while they were out front of the house?
Objection.
Do you know? Not how you know. Do you know?
Do I know if Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Jen? Is that the question?
That's my question.
No.
No, she did not, or no, you don't know?
Oh, no, sorry, no, she did not, sorry.
Right, I'll strike that.
Now, Mr. McCabe, with regard to this, from the first time that you sort of get up and either look out the window or look out the door and see it in front of the front door, to the time that you look out and see it for the third time, or let me ask you this, from the time that you see it in front of the door to the time that you see that there's no vehicle there anymore, do you know how long a period of time that was?
I'd say at least 10 minutes, could be 12, 13, 14. I don't know the exact time, but it was out there for a little bit.
And so, let me ask it this way. As far as from the first time to the second time, you have testified it was about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, somewhere in there, correct?
Correct.
Were the timing in between the times that you looked out, were they relatively consistent with each other?
Yes, they were.
So you look out 3 or 4 minutes, look out again, 3 or 4 minutes, look out again. Is that?
Yes, that would be in line, correct.
And at some point around 1:45 or 2 a.m., somewhere in there is when you leave Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall who drove your wife's vehicle home that night?
I drove.
And who, if anyone else, was in the vehicle, and where were they seated within the vehicle when you left?
So we were driving Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel home. They were in the back seat of the vehicle, and my wife was in the passenger seat. I don't know who sat behind the passenger, who sat behind the driver, but they were in the back seats.
Your Honor, if at this time, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish for the jury for this witness Exhibits 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 71 first.
These are the pictures of the house. We've seen so many times.
Mr. McCabe, on the desk in front of you, there should be a laser pointer there. If you just click that button and point at the screen, if what I or anyone asks you to do so. First, just with reference to what's up on the screen as Exhibit 71, do you recognize what that is, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
34 Fairview.
And absent some of the snowfall, obviously, is this essentially what the house looked like on that early morning of January 29th?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could, with relation to the window first, and then the storm door that you were talking about, that you were looking out from the house, could you, using the laser pointer, show the jury where that is?
Is that working? That would be the window. That'd be the storm door.
And with respect to the first placement, the first time that you look out and see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that visible in this photograph?
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
First time that you look out and you see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that position, is that visible in this photograph?
I'd probably catch the very back end because there was a There was a Jeep parked right here, so it'd be right there.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 72. Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yep.
It's another photograph of the residence of 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could, using that laser pointer, could you show the jury or demonstrate to the jury where that vehicle was the first time that you saw it?
Say right about here, in this general area.
The second positioning that you were talking about, is that visible in this photograph?
No, it'd be further up the road.
So Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 73. Again, you recognize what's depicted now in Exhibit 73?
Yes, I do.
And that secondary position that you observed the vehicle in is visible in this photograph?
Yes, it is.
So if you could, sir, just direct the jury's attention to where about that was.
About in this general area right here.
And the third positioning that you saw the vehicle in, can you describe where that was?
Yep, it'd be further up the road. I'd say, give or take, right there.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take it. So, sir, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview. Do you recall, as far as the weather was concerned, what was the weather, what, if anything, had changed between the times that you were booked out and the time that you came out to go home?
The snow was starting to accumulate.
So the storm was starting to pick up a bit, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you came out of the house, the vehicle was in the driveway, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
And again, if you could, you're driving, who else is in the car and where are they in the car?
I'm in the driver's seat. My wife is in the passenger seat, and Julie and Sarah are in the seats directly behind us.
Do you recall who was seated where?
I don't recall who was in what seat.
And you back out of the driveway and then you go, do you recall where you were going or who you were dropping off first?
Yes, I back out of the driveway and proceed, heading up towards Chapman Street.
And so would the passenger side of the wife's vehicle, would that be facing closest to 34 Fairview at the time that you're driving away from it?
Yes, that's correct.
And your testimony as far as the storm picking up a little bit, do you recall anything did you have to clear off the car, windshield wipers on, or anything like that in reference to the weather?
Yes, I brushed the car off. I had to wipe the car off with my hand and clean off the windows before I pulled out of the driveway. And then obviously setting the windshield wipers as I was driving away.
Now, that area over where the secondary position that you observed that dark SUV in over by the flagpole, do you recall any sort of like street lighting or anything, ambient overhead lighting in that area?
I don't recall it, no.
As you're driving away from the house, do you recall whether or not was there any conversation or music playing or anything like that in the car as you're driving away?
Yeah, it was chitter chatter. You know, my wife was turned towards me, like turned in, talking to the girls behind me. I know at one point somebody was joking about, I don't know, peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something. Something about bread. I forget what it was. And then I drove up the street.
And as you were driving up the street and away from the residence at Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe abnormal on the side of the road? Were you looking at the side of the road?
I was not. I was focusing on the snow coming down, the windshield wipers, and driving up the street.
And fair to say you didn't see anything in the yard or anything like that?
That's correct.
So you drove each of the two young ladies home, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Do you know about what time it was that you got home yourself?
I got home, give or take, somewhere between after 2:10, 2:15-ish. I don't know the exact time, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And when you got home, each of your four daughters, including Allie, were they all home at that point?
The kids were home, correct.
And when you arrive in the house, you and your wife, where did you see?
Well, first went in the kitchen. When we walked in, my wife proceeded upstairs before I did. I was in the kitchen for a few minutes and then went upstairs and went to bed.
And did your wife go to bed around the same time as you?
Yes, she might have already been laying in bed before I physically got in the bed, but yes.
And as far as when you fell asleep, was your wife still awake, or had she already fallen asleep?
She was still awake. We were both awake. She actually wanted to watch a show, which I had no desire to watch, and said I was going to bed. We talked a little bit about my younger daughter, about she was trying out for a basketball team, so we talked a little bit about that, and then that was it. I went to bed.
Turning your attention to the morning of the 29th. The morning of the 29th. You woke up at some point, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall, sort of what woke you up that morning?
I woke up to screams in my bedroom.
May we approach just briefly?
Okay.
So I missed what the sidebar was about. No, that was not Mrs. Ari on the phone complaining about the ice cream. No. It's the phone again. Hang on. He hung up. No, it's my son who's getting married. So had a quick call trying to schedule stuff. All right, so I just missed the last little bit of the testimony. I did see that that Reverend Beasy says he ran 5, I'm assuming, feet in the time it took me to eat my small ice cream snack. But yes, he did propose. It's official. It's all official. So it's just he's just discovering how much fun it is to
Send
be.
you home. Please make sure you follow those 3 cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Tomorrow's a full day. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please.
Please leave the microphone. Don't take it with you, sir. We'll say that this particular witness, Mr. McCabe, he's the first witness to discover that the microphone can both be used to pick up every nuance of the conversation, your side of the conversation, as well as a tongue scraper, because he's practically eating the thing and yelling into it the entire time. But check live news regarding Singapore Airlines. Oh no, it's never good when it's live news on an airline. I'm looking. Waiting for audio, see if the court comes back. Do we have anything? Oh my goodness. Turbulence. Was there another sidebar right now? There's got to be a sidebar going on. We're waiting. Still nothing. Craving more spice. It was too early. I'm ready for a longer day. Ready for a little more. Our day ends quickly. Ends really quickly. The judge has said that she's told the jury. She says, be prepared to start thinking about longer days on Tuesdays and Thursdays, because right now she's doing little half days. So soon we're going to have longer days instead of these really brief half days.
Court, all rise.
And she's out of here. Dun, 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 dun.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. So the Singapore Airlines, Vicky, by the way, it looks like there was a flight from London or to London. Trying to see which flight it was. London to Singapore. The flight dropped about 6,000 feet into an air pocket, and one person passed away. Oh my goodness. That is turbulent. That is extremely turbulent. And it looks like people were literally thrown up into well, that's a bad way to say it, but they were, because they weren't strapped in, they impacted the ceiling as the plane dropped. That dead air is where there's like a downflow, and the plane's flying along, and suddenly there's just like no support under it. Dropping 6,000 feet is a lot. I've hit dead air in a small plane before, and it just feels like the bottom just fell out from under you. Like all the support, the lift you've got as the plane's flying, it's just gone, and you're just down. But I was strapped in. But anyway. All right. That's a crazy amount of turbulence. Absolutely insane. They're the only airline that doesn't just leave the person in the seat after they pass. I had to look at them. Wow, grim detail, but interesting. All right, so we're gonna come back with cross-examination tomorrow of Mr. McCabe, which should be spicy, because generally cross is always spicy. Wear your seatbelts, people. Oh man, always have your seatbelt on. Let's see what else is happening in the news here. If there's anything I need to let you know on. Let's see. In the world of true crime. Over on Chad Daybell's, they are back from break. They've had some spiciness over there. Looks like an update on the Corey Richins case just within the last hour. Sky Lazaro and her firm have been removed from the case. This is because after yesterday, they had a closed hearing, emergency hearing in that case. We read the documents here on late Saturday night. But the motion to withdraw has been granted. And now new attorneys are either going to be appointed or Corey Richins has to go find some new ones, which will cause a delay in the Corey Richins case going forward. Which is not what we wanted. But that's what it is. All right, anything else we need to talk about? Say what? Oh my gosh, yeah. Yes, Corey Richins, that trial is the other. It's going to be an insane trial. It's going to be crazy. If this goes all the way through the end, through a jury trial, the facts, the stuff that's not coming in is incredibly spicy. The stuff that's coming in is incredibly spicy. Yes, affairs. There's allegations that other family members have been accused or possibly suspected of the same sort of thing that she's accused of. Bizarre. Cars racing by my house. There's the story. If you miss the live read through of those, that's the link. Thank you very much, Samantha, for that. It's got a lot of people viewing that, and I appreciate you guys hitting the thumbs up on that and sharing it with people. That helps a ton. They granted the defense the withdrawal. Yes, which means, Karen, that it literally, the judge did not have an option. His hands were tied. Like statutorial, could not proceed, which only goes to make me think that something really bad happened. Legality-wise, something bad happened, and the firm found out that they were like in the midst of it in some way. I don't know the details. I've a little bit of speculation, but in talking to a few of the people in the know and a few lawyers, they're like, yeah, that sounds like that's what happened. So that's going to be interesting if we ever get to find out what happened there. All right, Scott, where are you going? Sorry, to get my ice cream to show Matthew. No, the ice cream I ate was a pistachio almond, which was Bluebell, but I only got that one because they did not have cookie two-step at the store, which I filed a complaint with the manager, and I requested that the people who order ice cream all be fired and bring in more competent individuals. No, just kidding. I just let them know that I like that ice cream, and I will make it worth their while if they order more of it. It's the walk the dog letter. I've not seen. Let's actually do a quick check while we're here with the Corey Richens stuff. Let's do a quick. Let's pop over to Utah's system. Okay. Utah court records. The exchange. I have a login. Yay. I just have to remember my password. Utah is a weird state when it comes to getting documents from them. They make you pay in advance. Like I had to put money on my account. You can't just buy as you request documents, because sometimes FOIA requests, they'll say, oh, it costs this much per page or this much. They say you have to have money on your account to even search. And doing a search for documents, the search alone costs 20 cents each time you search. Why? I don't know. Electricity is expensive, I guess, but you need to search, and then once you open it, you can bring it on your screen, and you can download it while you have it on the screen for a fee, because you opening it costs money. But if you close it and then go back to open it again, you have to buy it again, which is anyway. See if we can find out. I want to see exactly what else they authorized. Oh man, I have to pass in. It's a W, I think. 6. I hate these tests. What letters or this random picture show? Session's expired. I just logged in. I got it. Case number. Just a minute. We'll give you the updates here as soon as I got them. All right, here we go. Motion. I want to see if they granted the motion to disqualify the prosecution. Okay, 231500139. Can you guys remember that number? 231500139. 00139. Confirm purchase. Yes, just spent 20 cents. We want Summit County against Richlands. There it is. It's loading. Got about 400 documents on this file. Let's see. The 20th. We had a few things happen here. Oh my goodness. Had an order to. Wow. There was a denied motion to attend a closed proceeding. Notice for case. Order closing the hearing. There was a private filed non-public information motion to close hearing. Return of electronic notification. Motion to close hearing. Order closing the hearing. So the hearing was closed. That was on the 20th. Motion to allow victim representative to attend closed proceedings. And that was denied. Denied motion to attend closed proceedings. I believe that was the sister of Eric who did that. Status hearing set on 5/24. There's going to be a hearing next on the 24th, so Friday. Motion to withdraw granted, and then motion to withdraw. So the motion to hear on the 24th is possibly I don't know, how can you have a hearing on the 24th when they just, on the 20th, let your lawyers off the case? Who's going to argue for you at the next hearing? But there is a status hearing set for 5/24/24 coming up in Corey Richlands' case. But interesting. Yeah, the status hearing at 5/24. But who is going to represent Corey Richlands in that? Are you going to put a public defender in there to argue a hearing? I would guess that it's going to be a hearing to address the motion to disqualify the prosecution. And you just want to drag some new lawyer in that's not been following the case to argue that? I guess the motion to disqualify is like 18 pages long, so it's already made. I mean, the argument's all there. But usually the judge will hear verbal arguments in addition to a written motion before making a decision. Crazy. Tell you, that one is a crazy one. It's nuts. All right. Well, Mrs. R.A. is gone. I have a couple things I need to do. First of all, I need to run to the store and replace the ice cream I ate. Just kidding. She wasn't a big fan of the pistachio almond, so I don't feel bad in eating that one. She ate all the chocolate chip cookie dough, which they did have, but didn't have cookie two-step. Not that she ate it all, but all the kids and everybody ate it all. I pretty much ate this one. So, yeah, oopsie. It happens. It happens. It's their fault for selling it in a single-serve package, those half-gallon sizes. Breaking news, all North Carolina stores out of ice cream as of 20 minutes ago. Not funny, Greenas. Not funny. Anyway, I will say that as court has days off, I think days off this week or next week, because let's see, they have a holiday. I think we'll probably be taking the holiday as well, meaning that we won't be live streaming that day. But there are other days the court is taking off. We'll probably get one day closer to being caught up when that happens. So Mrs. Ari might be watching. She has my phone. She could be watching on that. Possibly going bankrupt. Hey, I went to one restaurant and they went bankrupt the next day. It doesn't happen for ice cream. I will say you guys are incredibly kind. I saw in here while I had stepped away, somebody started listing things they like about me, and there was just compliment after compliment. Thank you very much. That was really kind. That was really neat, and I appreciate that. You guys are amazing. The burner wouldn't snitch. Don't call the burner. Don't call the burner. She's not going to answer. I've told her not to. Plus, I think the calls will come through to me right now. It shows I'm receiving calls, so even though they're not really coming in. Where is it routed to? Oh, it's going over there. So now I would receive calls. Let's see. As far as Daybell goes in that trial, we'll pop in just for a minute, see what's happening.
And Judge, could we have a quick sidebar?
Yes. Look at that. Perfect timing. We jump in while Pryor asks for a sidebar. This is in the Daybell case, we're on defense already. The state has rested. And Mr. Pryor, Chad's lawyer, is doing his best to try to defend his client. Karen, thank you very much. I'm radical. I see what you did there, Karina. I like it. Okay, I have a confession though. I ran out of cat food for my cat, and I didn't want to run to the store because I was live streaming. So instead, I got some chicken. Tell me this is right. My cat eats birds, so I got some chicken and fed him some chicken. Is that a good thing? The cat seems to like it, like a lot. Yes, it's fine. Okay, it was not cooked. Is that a problem? I mean, it's got a taste for blood, but I mean, this was just like little chicken strips. No, not breaded. Just like no bones. They're meat eaters. It's fine. Okay. All right. I feel good about it. The cat loves it. I will tell you, it's never been more affectionate than once I started feeding it little bits of chicken. Wait, you give it raw chicken? Yes, I did. The cat, I'll tell you this. I'm trying to hunt some starlings because I need to get rid of them. Let me go back here. We don't want any more Daybell. I'm trying to hunt some starlings, and the cat will sit next to me and watch the birds.
All right, counsel, I've had a sidebar in terms of scheduling. The defense has 2 more witnesses that are scheduled to appear today. One hasn't quite arrived because I guess we went a little quicker through the morning than anticipated. The other will be here shortly after the lunch break. So at this time, there are some matters the court can take up to use this time on a few motions and things that would be outside the presence of the jurors as well.
So they're going to get excused over there, and they're going to keep working. Raw is better for them, actually. I tell you, it loves it. It loves. And so I fed it some yesterday, and I fed it some this morning. Last night, I'm out with my pew-pew shooter looking for these starlings as they're flying in out of the house. And I have to get like the angle just right because the backdrop has to be safe for me to make an attempt at stopping them from doing that. And I go out. I'm standing next to the trampoline in the yard, and I'm looking, and the cat jumps up on the trampoline, and it walks over to me, and it's like looking at me, and it's doing this thing, I can see in its mind, it's doing like calculations and measurements. It's like, yep. And it just jumps. It just lands up on my shoulder. And it just sits there. So it can be closer to the birds, apparently. But, yeah, the cat I don't think it's left our yard since I've started feeding it chicken. Now, Mrs. Aria doesn't know I'm feeding the cat our dinner before it's cooked, of course. So I'll have to have that conversation with her. But anyway, my cat knows that Aria is now a cat person and keeps smacking his face on the TV screen. I'm going to get it on video one of these days. Melissa, I downloaded an app for my cat. There was like a Purina fishbowl app that the cat's supposed to be like swiping and clicking on the fish. I've played it for like half an hour, but when it was the cat's turn to play, it was not interested at all. They just watched. It sort of looked at me and was like that. That's all I got from it. No desire to smack the fish on the screen. Feed him the starlings. I will. I mean, I would love to. I would love to. All right, let's. We're done. We're done already. We could do a little court hopping. Let's see who's up and about. Just 1 second. Let's see if we have any of our favorites who are out. Do some good stuff. Let's see who's up. Is Judge Robert McBurney up? Ooh, he is live right now. State via Marquez Williams trial day 1. What's happening here? They're at lunch break. Let's back up just for a second. What is this trial? Let me see who this is. They have a PowerPoint we can sort of spy on. Looks like a murder trial. Do you guys see this? Am I showing you this? Oh, let's go over here.
Ever sworn to silence, but during these few days that you're serving as jurors, you need to do your best to have influences.
Jury instructions.
Come on.
Okay, it's State of Georgia versus Marquez Williams. Skip ahead. We're watching the PowerPoint fast.
I could, and that they had been out.
Okay, December 22nd.
Of the very first building as you come in through the
Tyrone
apartment
Hardesty
complex.
shot 5 times in the back. After finishing Christmas shopping, they were close by the home they shared at MLK Apartments. Didn't plan to stay long. Wrapping gifts, Tyrone had to get something out of his car, parked just downstairs. 5 shots to the back. Robin ran for the door. She'll tell you she heard running above her 3rd floor, grabbed the gun they had inside their apartment. She took off running the 2nd floor of the breezeway in the same direction she heard the footsteps. When she got to the stairs to the front side of the building, she'll tell you she saw a black male dressed in all black immediately retreating. 911 call, Atlanta police. The scene secured. Robin's hysterical. Crime scene's process. Find 9mm shells. They've got video surveillance. Does this case look interesting? I'm just skipping through the interesting. This is a brand new trial. Tell you what we'll do. I'm gonna pull this one. I hate the sound in this one because it's overmodulated, but we'll get it set up. And pause that guy. Okay. This is murder trial as normal as it comes, so yes. Yeah, we'll probably watch that one for next week if KR only has 1 day of court. Matthew says there's a slight possibility I have a Zoom trial on Tuesday. Matthew, don't forget me and the burner phone if that happens. We'd love to watch you argue and win, which is all you do is win, no matter what, right? It's a CPS case where I pound the Constitution and protection of parents' rights. Vicky says, check my comment. Oh, that's pretty cool. I like it. Let's see. We'd love to see Matthew Harris if that can happen. Man, that would be awesome. All right. So we'll take a look at that one, see if we can get that one lined up. And that's all. That's all. Music's playing. You know what that means. Yes and no. Should also be live streaming on YouTube. Let me know. We'd love to follow it. Of course, you have to win. You have to win. We don't want you to take an L while we're watching, for sure. This is sad music. This is upbeat. This is good. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again, which will be tomorrow morning with cross-examination. I think a little more direct as well. I'm not sure. I don't think direct is over yet, of Mr. McCabe, who was spoken to us. Matthew McCabe has been witness number 38 in the Karen Reed trial. We don't want the day to end. I know. But I have to fix something that I broke on our sink. The top part of the sink is supposed to stay attached in our new bathroom. It's supposed to stay attached to the pedestal, and I don't know how to do that yet. So I'm thinking glue. No, I've got to figure out what I did wrong to make sure it's fixed, so it doesn't just fall and break. But if I can get that done while Mrs. R.A. is gone at the museum with the kids, I don't think she'll be mad at all that the ice cream's gone, because this is something she's wanted for quite a while. So I'm going to focus on that. We'll be back tomorrow morning with a full day of coverage of the Karen Reed trial. We'll be on, let's see, what day are we going to be on? Day 14. Oh, it gets spicy on 14, I hear. All right, you guys, be good to each other. We'll see you afterwards. Bye.
Because he's the guy.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Is that correct?